A very good afternoon to the Karting de Fagnes International Raceway, located in Mariembourg, in the southern region of Goldschmidt in Belgium. It is time for the final race day of the 2025 Iame Series Benelux season. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your English-speaking commentator who's been with you all season long and providing our French commentary this weekend. He's back in the saddle after a year away. It's good to have him back. Good afternoon, bon après-midi, Simon Mirguet.
Bonjour à tous, bonjour Alex, effectivement de retour ici à Mariembourg pour vivre ensemble une dernière journée de compétition dans cette Iame Series Benelux, dernière épreuve de la saison pour les catégories mini et mini rookie, K100, X30 Master et X30 Senior. Place à une après-midi rythmée par des manches qualificatives. Vous découvrez le programme à présent et une après-midi aussi marquée par les dernières finales de la saison. Et à l'issue de celle-ci, on connaîtra les noms des derniers vainqueurs de la saison, mais aussi les noms des champions.
Very important. It is also not just Championship Saturday yesterday, but Championship Sunday today. So far, we have crowned 3 winners overall. Louis Bazire in X30 Junior, Kevin Lantinga in X30 Senior, and for the 3rd year in a row, Ava Dodderstein becomes Iame Series Benelux's best lady. Congratulations to the 3 of them. They, along with multiple drivers, will be heading off to the Iame Warriors final in around about 3 weeks' time to the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia in Spain. But here today, we still have more tickets to give away. And more to the point, we have 1 to give away in Mini Rookie, 6 to give away in Mini. We also have more to give away in terms of Senior Cup, Gentleman and Master. There is the timetable. It is a packed afternoon. We've had changeable weather over the last 2 days. Whether that is going to be continuing is another matter. We will approach it head on as it happens here at this circuit, but it is where we started the journey back on the 28th of March with the collective tests that happen here at the circuit, which is 1,388 meters in length. Then we started things off on the 4th to the 6th of April. Then we went to Ostricourt, then 2 rounds at Genk before coming back here. We were due to have 6 rounds, but the original round 5 at Spa-Francorchamps was cancelled, meaning that this is the final chance saloon. With regards to KA 100 this weekend, all 6 scores over the 3 rounds count towards the championship. There is the KA 100 Super Cup, which you've also been a part of as well through the GK4 series and also Iame Series Netherlands. So we will still be giving some tickets away, but more to the point, we are less than 2 minutes away. It's a really exciting day, of course. We see the youngest of our drivers, so to give you a little bit of background, Mini Rookie is 7 to 10 years of age, running with the National Mini license. The engine that they'll be using is the Iame Mini Pro M60cc, and they'll be running with the K10M Comet tyres for dry weather conditions, K1DWs for wets. Mini is 10 to 13 years of age, same license, same engine, and the K1D M's will be the dry tyres. Senior Cup, 18 to 29 years of age, national or international senior licence, running with the Iame X30 125cc, running on the K3H's for dry, K3W's for wet, provided by Comet. Master and Gentleman, Master, 30 to 39 years of age, same licence, same engine, same tyres, same for Gentleman, 40 years and above. And then with KA 100, 145 and 155, minimum age 13 years of age with a national or international senior licence, running on the Iame Redjet KA 100 tag engine, using either the K3H's for the dries or the MG Tyres SW for wets.
On en parlait il y a quelques instants, des vainqueurs, des champions déjà connus hier dans les catégories X30 Junior et X30 Senior. Félicitations à Louis Bazire et Kevin Lantinga pour leur titre de champion. D'autres champions seront connus aujourd'hui, même si certains sont bien partis pour aller décrocher cette couronne. On pense notamment dans la catégorie X30 Master à Mathieu Delboeuf. Il y aura des tickets pour la finale mondiale Iame qui seront distribués à l'issue de cette journée. Mais avant cela, place à la catégorie mini. avec la première manche qualificative de la journée. Place à la catégorie mini, place au groupe B et C. À présent, avec une grille de départ que vous découvrez à l'instant, Julian Van de Cotterlet s'élancera depuis la première place avec à ses côtés Denver Boss, la 3e position pour Georges de Smet avec Milan Becu à ses côtés, le leader du championnat. Arthur Jasson complète le top 5. Matteo Campobello s'élancera 6e devant Luis Paternot et Manoa Laurent. Thiago Honning partira 9e, 10e position pour Milo Kornin. Joshua Lorisen partira 11e devant Bram Konings, Adriana Kumbo, Dan Van Dam, Axel Linders, Martin Shekin Gomis qui s'élancera donc 16e devant Philippe Massard, Roseline Mae-Hennicke, Thiago Urelbeek, Théo Randax, Maxime Van Kraan et enfin Martin Rodriguez.
Right, YouTube already getting active. So a warm welcome to our viewers on the Iame Series Benelux YouTube channel and of course Iame-motorsport.com. WJS Data Centre, good luck today to all drivers. Special thanks to the staff on track during these periods of rain and cold. Yes, big thank you to the marshals, the recovery crew, some of our team who are working alongside Series Race Director overlooking proceedings Dave Ritson. Also big thank you to Camp Company GmbH for their live timing, live streaming and race control provision throughout the entirety of the 2025 season. It is the final hurrah for 2025 because in 3 weeks' time, multiple drivers will be going to Valencia in Spain for the 2025 running of the Iame Warriors final. Last year was due to be in Valencia, got rescheduled to Chiva due to how badly the floods affected Valencia that year. But more to the point, we have 9 minutes plus an additional lap. There will be 3 mini heats and the last one will take place before we get into the finals later on today, this afternoon. It's Julian Van der Cotterlet and the Flying Dutchman from WJS Racing, Denver Boz, who will line up on the front row. Championship leader Milan Becu will start on the outside of row 2 alongside Georges Desmay. We now come towards the final right-hander. So Simon Mirguet, it's over to you for the start.
Merci Alex, le départ imminent avec le poleman qui va dicter la cadence jusqu'à l'extinction des feux. Les pilotes qui se présentent désormais devant la passerelle des mécaniciens, là où on peut faire des signes pour encourager son pilote ou corriger quelques erreurs. La première manche qualificative qui est lancée, c'est parti avec 9 minutes et un tour au programme. Le premier virage toujours très délicat à gérer et dans cette catégorie mini, on a encore de belles choses à apprendre et donc forcément pas toujours simple de négocier ce départ avec un pilote du team EGP, il me semble, qui s'est fait surprendre.
Just keeping an eye out for the number now.
Oui, le numéro, alors que
807 Thiago Hollerbeek possibly because Milan Becu's running in P3 at the moment.
Oui, effectivement. Même P4, hein, P4 pour Milan Becu. Et donc, effectivement, c'est un autre pilote. On avait pensé peut-être au leader de la compétition, mais c'est vrai que ça s'est passé un peu.
There's two drivers, one of which will be Maxime Van Kleen, the other one will be Martin Rodriguez. Marshals at the side as Milan Becu fires it up the inside. I think that was on Georges Desmay. And now it's really starting to heat up. But Denver Boz has got a massive lead after the opening lap. That is going to be more than a second after lap number 1. It's Denver Boz leading. Well, it's Julian Van der Cotterlet leading according to this. Well, where? Right.
Oui, c'est Julian Van der Cotterlet, effectivement, qui est
1.5 seconds up the road. That's like Sebastian Vettel in his Red Bull days escaping from the DRS zone. So that is a big lead he's got over Milan Becu. But Becu, we've seen him before, be in this position. And he's got, no. Out of turn 4. The muddy water has caught someone out. And that driver has gone spinning. So that is a real shame for whoever that was. That driver is now stationary on the run down in towards turn 5. That's heading into Chemin de Fer. So someone has really dropped big time. That is either, I'm waiting for the timing to reset or how it's going to happen. It could be Axel Linders maybe that has stopped on circuit, not too sure, but 6 minutes and 51 to go. Milan Beku has halved that gap. I said Milan Beku's been in this position before, and he's just put in a 1 minute 3.5. As Denver Boss looking up the inside of Georges Desmay for 5th position, but has got Adriana Kumbo. She's running on the Fernando Alonso chassis. So Adriana also has been showing some really, really good signs this season. Hasn't had the best run of luck, currently sits 19th in the championship standings, but Milan Beku is looking to do exactly what he did earlier on this season. So Bram Konings we've lost, Thiago Hollebeek. I think it might be the case that it's Manuel Laurent. Manuel Laurent might have been that drive that went off at turn 4, and the muddy water puddle caught the driver out and spun him around, and that was it, game over.
Milan Beku de plus en plus pressant sur Julian Van de Cotterlet. Il avait signé le meilleur chrono dans le tour précédent, une 0,3 570, 7 dixièmes d'écart entre les deux leaders. Il n'y en a plus que 3 désormais. Milan Beku arrivé ici en tête de la compétition et qui pour l'instant fait le travail qu'il faut pour prétendre à cette couronne Benelux, donc dans cette compétition Iame. Regardez, il avait pris un bon départ Milan Beku, il avait dépassé rapidement plusieurs de ses adversaires et maintenant il va porter très certainement une attaque sur Julian Van de Cotterlet. Une 0,352 lors du précédent tour pour Milan Beku, une 0,3591 pour Julian Van de Cotterlet qui avait pris lui un excellent départ, qui était parvenu à creuser l'écart, mais tout de suite la réaction de Milan Beku qui confirme donc son statut de prétendant au titre. Il avait une belle avance en arrivant ici, même avec la déduction des points. Et regardez la ligne droite avec l'aspiration qu'il va pouvoir avoir. Milan Beku est peut-être le premier changement de leader de cette journée, avec un leadership qui va passer entre les mains de Milan Beku. Passer dans le premier virage. Attention à la réplique de Julian Van de Cotterlet, ça ne passera pas. Et donc effectivement, c'est fait. Milan Beku qui prend les commandes de cette manche qualificative.
Joshua Lawson just picks up a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. That's been noted by race control. So Milan Beku leads the way. Will he start to stretch an initial advantage over Julian Van de Cotterlet? Beku leads the way in the standings. Van de Cotterlet in P3. Also, in the meantime, Milo Cornel has been passed by George Desmay for 3rd place. Denver Boz for WJS Racing rounds out the top 5. Adriana Kumbo, she's moved up from 13th on the grid and now currently runs P6. Matteo Campobello, Martin Checking Gomis started 16th, now runs 8th, ahead of Thiago Onik. And the Luxembourger Philippe Massard, who's up 7 spots, now rounds out the top 10. We've already lost Manuel Laurent, Bram Konings and Thiago Hollebeek. But here comes Julian Van de Cotterlet. Is he going to look for the move into the inside of turn number 1? No, he stays on the coattails in the wheel tracks of Milan Beku, who so far has had 5 maximum scores. Clean swept the board at Austricourt at round 2 in May, and then the first trip to Karting Genk in the latter part of July, he took the maximum score. But it was Lewis Boots last time out that took the maximum score of 160 points to put himself very, very close to the championship leader. 30 points before drop scores are taken into consideration. But of course, when we get to the final later on today, we'll have an update on the championship standings for you live on air. But Milan Beku, with just under 3 minutes to go, holding off the advances of Julian Van de Cotterlet. Beku making that rear bumper as wide as an 18-wheeler articulated lorry.
Milan Beku devant Julian Van de Cotterlet qui n'a pas dit son dernier mot. Il va peut-être tenter de répliquer, pas dans ce premier virage où les dépassements sont généralement nombreux. Derrière, on notera la belle remontée de Denver Boss après un départ un peu compliqué pour le Néerlandais. Il est désormais 3e devant Georges de Smet et Milo Cornil. Matteo Campobello, 6e position avec le meilleur tour en course pour l'instant, une 0,2 699, alors que l'on voit ces images de drone très spectaculaires. Ça fait longtemps qu'on ne les avait plus vues, celles-là, puisque hier il y avait trop de vent pour les apercevoir. Et parmi les pilotes qui ont connu un début de manche très compliqué, voire une désillusion totale, on notera Manoa Laurent qui a dû abandonner dans le deuxième tour. Arthur Jasson qui a perdu énormément de temps, 14 positions. Et on notera tout de même aussi la belle remontée de Martin Rodriguez, le Portugais. 11 places de gagné, il est désormais 11e. Belle remontée également pour Philippe Massard, le Luxembourgeois, 9e, 8 places de gagné au même titre que Martin Gomis, qui est 8e pour l'instant derrière Adriana Kumbo.
Milan Beku continues to hold on to the race lead, having taken it a few moments ago from Julien van der Gotelet. So they head into turn number 3, sweeping wide. And then before carrying the momentum through the corner before this fast 90 left. Here at turn 4, they've got to be very, very careful of the exit. It's already caught out quite a few drivers because you can see there's mud actually being that's actually on the circuit. So the drivers don't want to dirty their slick tyres because that will mean that grip is at a premium. They'll have to try and scrub them off quite quickly, and that's not going to be easy when you are in a battle. Next time around, it'll be the penultimate lap as we see these fantastic drone shots again, like you said, Simon. The weather yesterday did not help in having the drone being able to fly over the circuit, as our two leaders who are now being closed in on by Denver Boz. So Denver Boz is not that far away. 2 laps to go, and still Milan Beku holds on, but the gap between him and Julien van der Gotelet was 87 thousandths of a second. 1.1 seconds is the difference between van der Gotelet and Denver Boz, last year's mini rookie champion. So there is an opportunity here for van der Gotelet to go for a move, but when that happens, it's down to the driver's decision and also how they're planning their race strategically.
Il reste quelques secondes au temps réglementaire. On va ajouter un tour dans quelques instants. Voilà, encore 2 tours pour cette première manche qualificative avec toujours cette bagarre en tête. Milan Beku face à Julien van der Gotelet, les pilotes qui sont pour l'instant dans cette partie technique du tracé de Mariembourg, l'escargot comme on l'appelle. Et toujours ce suspense pour la victoire. Alors que l'on va rentrer dans le dernier tour. Dernières opportunités pour Julien van der Gotelet pour porter une attaque sur le Belge. Alors qui du Néerlandais ou du Belge va s'imposer? Alors Milan Beku commence à fermer les portes, notamment dans le premier virage. Il sort un peu large et Julien van der Gotelet va pouvoir passer à l'intérieur au deuxième virage. Ah oui, on a fermé un petit peu trop la porte du côté de Milan Beku et Denver Boz qui revient. La réplique de Milan Beku à présent.
Here comes Denver Boz. Here he goes up the inside of Milan Beku, and Boz gets the pair of them. Now into turn 5. On the run down to Chemin de Fer, and Georges Desmay has made it through as well on Milan Beku into Chemin de Fer. Beku, you could tell that the back end of the 899 from Eichmann's Grand Prix slid wide at the left rear. The back end was stepping out to the left. But of all the people to take an opportunity like that, it came down to one individual, and that is Denver Boz. But it's going to be the drag race up the hill for the final time. Denver Boz started on the outside of the front row. He is going to pick up the first win of this weekend. It's Julien van der Gotelet. Van der Gotelet got through on Boz, takes the win. Denver Boz takes P2. Milan Beku edges out George Desmay with Matteo Campobello up to P5 at the end. But you know what? That's a great way for our mini drivers to kickstart the final race day of the season. What a great way to finish the opening race of the weekend for these drivers.
Quelle fin de course dans cette manche qualificative. Milan Beku qui était pourtant premier au moment d'entamer ce dernier tour, et puis il s'en est passé des choses avec un dépassement de Julien van der Gotelet, la réplique de Milan Beku, et finalement c'est Denver Boz qui est venu se mêler à cette bagarre pour la première position, même titre que Georges Desmay. Finalement le classement vous le découvrez, van der Gotelet vainqueur devant son compatriote Denver Boz. Milan Beku termine 3e devant Georges Desmay, Matteo Campobello, Milo Cornil. On a ensuite Adriana Kumbo, Philippe Massard, Dan Van Dam et Luis Paternotte pour le top 10. Thiago Nink, Martin Gomis, Martin Rodriguez, Theo Randax, Roseline Hennicke, Joshua Lorisen, Maxime Van Kraan, Axel Lenders et Arthur Jassogne complètent ce classement. Et puis 3 abandons à noter, Manoa Laurent, Bram Konings et Thiago Uolbeek.
Well, Julien van der Gotelet takes first blood here in Mini Heat 1B versus C. We'll see Minis back in action at 14:45 for Heat 2, A versus C. But Van der Kotelet Boz Beku Desmay providing us with a spectacle to end that opening heats for Minis here in Heat 1. Well, with the recovery operation underway to recover the stricken carts around the circuit here at Karting de Fagnes, we will very shortly be going back to racing once again, and it will be Mini Rookie for their first of 2 qualifying heats. So apart from Mini, all other categories will be in 2 respective qualifying heats, which will then determine the ranking after qualifying heats. Then we can establish who will be getting the maximum score of 80 points. And then we go into the finals at 16:35 later on this afternoon. So once again, a big thank you to the Duval family that provide the recovery truck. Of course, the Duval family having local automotive ties, especially with Toyota and most recently Kia. Of course, the name Duval associated with one driver in our championship, Antoine Duval, who placed 6th in Junior X30 this year, heads to Valencia with a ticket, and of course is the son of WRC rally winner Francois, who has also been here this weekend. So a big thank you to them for their assistance as always. So very shortly we'll be getting underway with our next heat coming up very shortly, which will be Mini Rookie Heat 1.
Landing. Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated.
Nouvelle manche qualificative dans cette dernière journée d'épreuve de la Iame Series Benelux 2025. La catégorie mini qui a pris la première partie de journée. Place à la catégorie mini rookie à présent avec en pole position pour cette première manche qualificative Milan de Ruyt avec à ses côtés Isaac Elaouti, le pilote français arrivé ici en tête du championnat avec d'autres candidats au titre à l'instar d'Eloane Poissonnet, 3e sur cette grille de départ, et Bruce Chirino, 4e. Ils s'élanceront devant Lucas van der Heren et Raphaël Arduin. Gilles de Waal partira 7e, 8e position pour Kian Ten Have, et le top 10 de cette grille de départ complété par Andrea Grelot, 9e, et Liwela Towers, 10e. 11e place pour Leonard Herman. La 12e pour Thiago Oliveira, Antunes qui partira donc 12e devant Maxime Smet, Bialanov Arda, Lewis De Ridder, Delibrus Herkelens, Matt Cooper, Bose van der Meulen. Et ensuite, on retrouvera vers la 19e position Maxime Ball, Ferré Lapéret pour la 20e position, Pelle de Vries pour la 21e, 22e place pour Nathan Skreus, et enfin la 23e position pour William Sitio qui s'élancera donc en dernière position. Voilà pour cette grille de départ complète donc. Pour cette catégorie mini rookie avec, vous l'avez vu, 23 pilotes engagés pour cette finale du championnat avec pas mal de suspense au niveau de ce championnat. On vous l'a dit, Isaac Elaouti devant Eloane Poissonnet et Bruce Chirino, mais rien n'est fait entre ces trois pilotes-là. Si l'on prend les points totaux, eh bien, on a Isaac Elaouti et Eloane Poissonnet qui sont à égalité de points et Bruce Chirino à 10 unités. Et si on retire déjà maintenant les deux moins bons résultats, on a 10 points d'avance pour Isaac Elaouti sur Eloane Poissonnet, mais égalité de points entre Isaac Elaouti et Bruce Chirino. Donc vraiment beaucoup de suspense dans cette catégorie mini-rookie, et les principaux candidats au titre et au podium sont tous à l'avant de la grille. Ça promet, ces manches qualificatives s'annoncent explosives.
It will be indeed, and of course one of the biggest things that the drivers have to remember is that not always about concentrating on the championship as someone struggling to get into their right position as the drivers head up the hill. Now, are we going to go lights out this time? Lights are not out. Full start has been called for the first time today, which means they have been sent round for another formation lap. It was a bit scrappy, to be completely honest with you. Not everyone was in the side-by-side, 2x2 rolling start formation. So that is going to be the big thing here. Now, I have noticed that Leonard Herman and Thiago Oliveira are not showing to have gone past the timing beam. Now, drivers are trying to get into their positions on the grid. So where Leonard Herman and Thiago Oliveira are on row 6, there needs to be a gap kept, because otherwise a driver behind that might not have kept that gap will be considered out of position, will get a penalty as a direct consequence. But at this point, drivers like El Houti, Poissonnet, Chirino, Latores, Van der Heerde, Beda Akbabat, they do need to not worry about the championship until we get to the final. That is where it's all going to come down to the final moments of the championship season itself. So the driver's looking a bit more contained now coming out of Chemin de Fer and heading on the run through Pif Paf into Escargot. So it is going to be the case of, can these drivers keep in line? If they do, then we've got a very good start in prospect. So we'll see what happens here, but the good thing is we have dry conditions on our side at the meantime. So we're getting these wonderful drone shots being provided from a bird's eye view, and especially going up the final right-hander as they're going to do now. And then the drone is going to follow them all the way to the start-finish line where the red lights are ignited. It's Milan de Ruyt and Isaac Elaouti on the front row of the grid. They've got to be wheel to wheel coming out of the chicane. Now they're going to split. Into the tram lines we go. The revs will start to rise. Do we get the green light this time? Yes, we do, and we're underway. Good start by de Ruyt. Poissonnet looking up the inside of Elaouti early doors. 3 wide just behind at around about 6th, 7th and 8th. as everyone jockeys for position going into turn 2 for the opening tour. They've got to watch out for for any potential standing water on the left-hand side coming out of turn 2 into turn number 3. But Milan de Ruyt gets the whole shot. Poissonnet looks to be in second position ahead of El Houthi, the championship leader. Looks like there has been a change for 4th place. Might have been the fact that Bruce Chirino could have just gotten through on Lucas van der Heere as they go into Chemin de Fer for the first time.
Oui, départ dans cette catégorie mini-rookie avec Milan de Ruyt qui s'était élancé un peu trop rapidement lors du premier départ. Faux départ, on a donc remis de l'ordre dans tout ça, mais on est bel et bien parti avec une bagarre qui s'annonce vraiment très très passionnante à suivre avec, je pense, Éloane Poissonnet qui est sur le point de dépasser et de prendre l'avantage dans le dernier virage. Attention à la relance et à la sortie de ce dernier virage très délicate. Regardez, on a 4 pilotes pratiquement roue dans roue et peut-être un dépassement à venir avec Éloane Poissonnet qui s'est fait prendre la première position finalement par Milan de Ruyt, mais Éloane Poissonnet est toujours bel et bien deuxième engagé dans cette lutte pour le titre et le dépassement au virage numéro 3 pour Isaac El Houthi.
Gets through on Bruce Chirino. Lucas van der Heere right on the rear of the 975 on the Henze Racing chassis as they go through turn 5. Now into Chemin de Fer once again. So Milan de Ruyt ahead of Éloane Poissonnet, Isaac El Houthi in 3rd. So it just goes to show that with the way that the Mini and the Mini rookies are showcasing great racecraft, even at this young age, and with the Mini rookies being anywhere between 7 and 10 years of age, they are showcasing their capabilities at such a young learning point, not just in age as a human being, but also as youngsters getting on the racetrack. And they are reaching speeds of about 90 plus kilometers an hour. And most parents, if you stuck your kid in a cart for the first time, they said, yeah, this cart can go up to 90 kilometers an hour. The first thing the parent's going to do is start biting their fingernails to the quick. But you can see that these drivers are putting on one heck of a show so far. 6.5 minutes to go, and Milan de Ruyt still leads ahead of Éloane Poissonnet, Isaac El Houthi, Bruce Chirino, Lucas van der Heere. Louis Letao is now up 4 places from 10th, now runs 6 ahead of Raphaël Hardouin, Kian Tenhav, Maxime Smet, and Gilles Duval rounding out the top 10.
Éloane Poissonnet qui va tenter de revenir sur Milan de Ruyt. On sait que le pilote qui était parti en tête tout à l'heure de la manche qualificative a signé un très très bon chrono lors des qualifications. Il avait écrasé pratiquement cette séance, mais ici dans cette manche qualificative, visiblement ses adversaires n'ont pas dit leur dernier mot. À commencer par Éloane Poissonnet qui va pouvoir sortir de ce dernier virage et bénéficier de l'aspiration. Ce ne sera pas suffisant pour revenir à hauteur de Milan de Ruyt et de tenter une attaque. Attention derrière au retour d'Isaac El Houthi et de Bruce Chirino. On a pour l'instant au 2e, 3e et 4e position les 3 prétendants à la couronne dans cette Iame Series Benelux 2025. Isaac El Houthi qui se montre de plus en plus pressant et il va falloir suivre ces 3-là parce qu'il y aura peut-être une attaque très très prochainement avec Bruce Chirino qui est très pressant aussi sur Isaac El Houthi, peut-être à l'épingle du chemin de fer. Le freinage, non, Isaac El Houthi qui défend sa position derrière ses 4 premiers, ses 4 leaders. On a Lucas van der Heeren à la 5e position devant Raphaël Hardouin. La bagarre est présente à tous les échelons. Et on le voit dans certaines portions du tracé, certains pilotes sont un peu plus à l'aise que d'autres. Et lors du dernier tour, on avait un excellent chrono d'Isaac El Houthi en 1.03 390. Milan de Ruyt qui continue de tenter de creuser l'écart avec encore 4 minutes 40 et un tour à disputer. Mais en tout cas, très très belle course jusqu'à présent, Alex.
Yes, indeed, Simon. All 23 runners and riders still circulating. That includes Leonardo Herman and Diego Oliveira, who are down the order in 22nd and 23rd. But the quartet at the front end of the field really giving chase to one another. So de Ruyt still leads, Poissonnet still second, El Houthi being literally having the frightness put on him by the Henze Racing team cart of Bruce Chirino. Meantime, Louis Letauers battling away with Lucas van der Heere, who's dropped down to 6th position. So Louis Letauers in the number 956 for the AKRT team, running on the Falcon chassis. doing a pretty good job so far. Louis Letauer's now up 5 spots. One of the biggest gainers, along with the number 913 of Matt Cooper under the Kissy Francorchamps umbrella. But still, Milan de Ruyt and Elouan Poissonnet, 2 and a bit tenths of a second back from each other. El Aouti has really got to worry about Bruce Chirino, and I think Chirino has gotten through in the meantime. So the Dutchman now up into P3. So can he start with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go plus an additional lap? Start to chase down the top 2. If they start battling away, if Poissonnet starts hounding de Ruyt, then it's a case of what can Bruce Chirino do? Can he bring along Isaac El Aouti? Well, that is going to be the case. And it could be, it could be the fact it's not just a 4-kart race for the lead here, Simon. It's going to be a 6-kart race. However, I did say about wrong starting position earlier on. William Sitio has just picked up a 5-second time penalty for wrong start position. Meantime, Lucas van der Heide dives to the inside of Louis Letauers through the final right-hander and retakes 5th position. But Letauers is going to have the run up the hill and across the line. Might dive to the inside here at turn number 1. Meantime, Bruce Chirino has caught Elouan Poissonnet for P2.
Ouais, la bagarre pour la 2e position pour l'instant entre Elouan Poissonnet et Bruce Chirino, hein, qui a pris il y a quelques instants le meilleur sur Isaac El Aouti. Bruce Chirino qui pourrait aller aussi décrocher cette couronne de champion. Et cette bagarre, évidemment, fait quelque peu les affaires de Milan de Ruyt qui s'échappe derrière. Vous le voyez, la bagarre est intense aussi au milieu du peloton. On rappelle que cette catégorie mini-rookie eh bien, rassemble les pilotes les plus jeunes du plateau, âgés entre 7 et 10 ans. Et c'est toujours agréable de voir cette bagarre entre ces jeunes pilotes, ces jeunes apprentis pilotes.
So, well, one of the things that the leaders are going to have to deal with very shortly, they've got back marker traffic just in front, but will they catch them in the next minute and 40 seconds? That's the key question here that needs to be answered. But the back quartet out of the top 6 are pretty much on each other's coattails. Meantime, the battle at the sharper end, Elouan Poissonnet has got through on Bruce Chirino for P2 at turn 2. Chirino with a counter-attack, unable to try and make something work through 3. And whilst this is happening, they are losing time to Milan de Ruyt. But Isaac El Aouti, the youngster from France for Automax Racing on the CRG, trying to close in on Poissonnet and Chirino under the braking, going into Chemin de Fer. And this is going to be a very, very tight finishing order between 2nd, 3rd and 4th as we have this plus 1 more lap to go. 50 seconds on the time, and Milan de Ruyt has now checked out and has got a big gap. It was 0.6 of a second. It could be closer to 1 second by the end of this race, the way things are going. You can see the big difference there on the drone shot coming over the top of the hill. So 2 laps to go. De Ruyt leads, and his lead is now 1.5 seconds. Bruce Chirino pulls the trigger. Up the inside he goes at turn 1 on Elouan Poissonnet for P2. Isaac El Aouti has been looking rather menacing behind the pair of them and still holds station in 4th. 5th is Lucas van der Heide, who's gone back past Louis Letauers. Raphaël Hardouin, Gilles Duval, André Grelot and Maxime Smet now round out your top 10. Timer counting down, and our race leader hits Chemin de Fer as we hit 0 on the timer. And now Bruce Chirino has found some daylight between himself and Elouan Poissonnet, who's still got Isaac El Aouti, the youngster from France, trying to close down on him. Coming up very shortly, we'll have just over 1.38 kilometres remaining of this racetrack for the first of 2 qualifying heats. And at the moment, Milan de Ruyt is running away with it. It's going to be Bruce Chirino in 2nd. Last lap is underway. De Ruyt fires it through into turn 1 with a greatness of speed, along with Chirino, Poissonnet, El Aouti, Van der Heide, Letauers, Hardouin rounding out the top 7, Gilles Duval, André Grelot, and Maxime, it's Kian Ten Hove and Maxime Smet that have just swapped places again, as there's going to be a change a little bit further back. Lucas van der Heide back through on Louis Letauers. Letauers has got to try and do something to stay in the top 5. by the end of this race as they're going to head down to Chemin de Fer at breakneck speed. Hard on the brakes, de Ruyter goes through. There's Chirino, Poissonnet, Elauti, Van der Hidden on the towers. A line astern coming out of Chemin de Fer as they go through Piff Paff into Escargot for the final time. But Milan de Ruyter has been absolutely commanding in this race. The 904 on the Kart Republic chassis will now make his way up the hill for the final time here on lap number 10. And Milan de Ruyter comfortably wins Mini Rookie Heat number 1. And it's going to be by a comfortable margin ahead of Bruce Chirino, 1.6 seconds at the end. So Chirino takes P2, Eloan Poissonnet P3, Isaac Elauti P4. Head of Lucas van der Hidden, Louis Letowers, Raphael Handouin, Gilles Duval, Andrea Grello and Kian ten Hav that ran at the top 10. Maxime Smet, Matt Cooper, Daily Bruce Ekelins, Boz van der Meulen, Bilanov Arda, Louis de Ridder, Maxime Ball, Leonard Herman, Pelle de Vries. Then we've got 2 more drivers yet to cross the line who will do so shortly. We'll make that 3. Diego Oliveira, Antunes Duarte, Ferre Lapere, William Sitio, and Nathan Schreurs has managed to cross the line with the field covered by 43.4 seconds. But the first heat of the final round of the season goes to Team Kullner and Milan de Ruyter. So that is the first half of the qualifying heat stages concluded for round 5 for the Mini Rookie division. Drivers aged between 7 and 10, and providing, like we saw with the Mini drivers, we definitely saw some great racecraft there, some great overtaking, and good for our audience here at the circuit and for you at home to watch along with. And you know what? I'm expecting that to continue all the way through today's proceedings here at Karting de Fagnes. So the drivers now will be heading on to the weighbridge and then go through technical. All results called by myself and Simon up here in the commentary box are provisional pending any sporting and technical matters that need to be attended to post each session. And that does include the finals later on today. So we are going to head down to the interview zone for our first interview of the day, as we've got Simon Mirguet standing by. Simon, over to you.
Et je suis avec le vainqueur de cette manche de la catégorie Mini Rookie, Milan de Ruyter, de winnaar van deze eerste manche in de Mini Rookie klas. Milan, werd het eens je begint van de dag?
Het was goed en ik heb goed gereden.
En vertel eens je manche met de start enzovoort.
De start ging goed en daarnet was het ook een goede start.
Ja, goede start en na een goede wedstrijd voor jou met een goede pace voor jij. Wat is je doel voor de rest van de dag?
Winnen.
Winnen. Voilà, l'objectif qui a été annoncé par Milan de Ruyter, c'est de gagner toutes les manches. Et maintenant, place à la catégorie 400.
Thank you very much, Simon. Great to hear from Milan de Ruyter, our very diminutively sized race winner in the Mini Rookie class. But here is your Heat 1 starting grid for KA 100, 145 and 155. It's Mick Blankenspor, the 145 championship leader, that will lead the field away from pole position. He'll have its Posthumus alongside on the front row. Morisistas in the 155 division will line up on the inside of row number 2 and is currently the 155 championship leader. Leopold Ferman in 4th. Artur Matagne and Enzo Vituli round out row 3. Felix de Decker and Toine Kurman round out row 4 with Paul Hessin and Timio Riflar completing your top 10. Thibaut Wolfert and Emile Dwerings round out row 6. Kiana Joly-Optov and Tommy Sommers round out row 7. Row 8, it's Sana Ben Nasser and Yannick Schmidt with Rafael Pahash, Mika Kolokovic and Paul Hornung rounding out your 19-strong grid. It's going to be a 10 minutes plus an additional lap qualifying heat. It will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap for their second heat, along with X30 Masters Senior Cup and Gentlemen, who will be out next. So, and we've had a drama already. That is Paul Hornung, the Luxembourger on the Birrell Arts, has gone off. And that is at Chemin de Fer. Sana Ben Nasser has also struck drama. So I don't know if the 707 from Belgium has managed to get out of the dummy grid in time, or whether there's been a technical issue that has stopped the 707 in the 145 division. Sana, one of 2 ladies in this class, along with Kiana Joly-Optov. So we will see whether Sana will be released from the dummy grid. Might not be the case, but that is a real shame for Paul Hornung for Luxembourg in the 798 Birrell Arts. But Mick Blankenspor and its Posthumus lead the way going through into the final couple of right-hand corners. So once again, when there is a driver unable to make the starting grid, whether Ben Nasser has got an issue with the transponder may be the big question here. But KA 100, it's good to have this class of field back. They are running with the respective engines for this category. The Redjet KA 100 tag engine, as they now come up the hill ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing for KA 100, 145 and 155. Blankenspor and Istas, the current championship leaders in the 145 and the 155 class. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Do the lights go out first time? Yes, clean start. And Blankenspor straight away gets the whole shot as Istas looks up the inside. There's a little bit of a scramble for position as they were 2-3 wide coming out of turn 1. And oh dear, someone's gone straight off. And that is the 7. I was trying to make that out. I think that might have been the 703 of Yannick Schmidt, possibly, in the 155 class.
Oh, attention, il y a un pilote là qui a été sorti au virage du raccordement. Sortie de piste pour un autre concurrent dans cette manche qualificative. Ah, ce départ qui est décidément mouvementé. Le pilote est-il reparti? Il repart seulement maintenant. De qui est-ce qu'il s'agit? Eh bien,
Enzo Vituli in the 799, running on the Pantano chassis, has not come through sector number 2. Yannick Schmidt, she's actually, we've got 3 lady drivers, 2 in 145, 1 in 155. So great to have them make up part of the field and also show how competitive they can be. Yeah, Enzo Vituli is off and out, I'm afraid. And Vituli is not going to be a happy camper. Currently 5th in the standings as we see a dive to the inside. That was Toine Kurman on Felix de Decker, who responds in kind, back up the inside through at turn 4. They were very, very close to one of them going off the circuit, but Mick Blankenspor on the comp kart chassis as once again Toine Kurman to the inside, de Decker with the response, and de Decker nearly opens the door for Leopold Ferman in the 733 running on the OTK.
Quelle bagarre avec Toine Kurman, on l'a vu aux prises avec Léopold Fermen et notamment Félix de Decker aussi qui est devant. Et on avait aussi pas très loin Thibaut Wolfart. Alors c'est parti ici pour la bagarre pour la 2e position cette fois avec Arthur Matagne et It's Postumus, le pilote néerlandais. Arthur Matagne qui vient de signer le meilleur chrono, 59,047, le tour le plus rapide pour le premier des Belges. Et le troisième pilote de la catégorie K100-145 qui a encore de belles ambitions affichées. Ça y est, il est passé Arthur Matagne, deuxième position. Et oui, il a peut-être un podium à aller chercher au final de ce championnat ce week-end. Et il sait qu'il doit pour cela briller dans ses manches qualificatives, tout comme en finale. Il est passé en deuxième position et devant, eh bien, Mick Blanquesport, lui, est en train de s'envoler. C'est déjà le cas depuis quelques poignées de secondes maintenant. Mick Blanquesport qui est bien parti pour aller s'imposer dans cette manche qualificative. Il a au pointage 2 secondes 5 désormais sur Arthur Matagne.
And good to see Helena, one of Mick's relations. And he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 58.408. The man from the Netherlands, 2.6 seconds is nearly the advantage over Arthur Matagne, who did a great move up the inside of It's Postumus not that long ago. So they've got to watch out, though, because even though Maurice Istas is in the 155 class, he is incredibly rapid, running on the Cosmic chassis. Dive to the inside, that was 7.48. Paul Hersat on Felix de Decker gets the job done. And right behind them is Timio Riefler, newcomer to this part of the series, this part of the Iame Series Benelux platform. But we've also seen Timio compete over the season in Junior X30. So has managed to, I'm sure that the Timio Riefler fan club, I know you're watching at the moment because he does have one, a big presence on social media. But Mick Blanquesport opens up the lead over Arthur Matagne to 2.7 seconds.
2 secondes 7 d'écart entre les deux leaders. Avant cela, on vous parlait notamment d'un nouveau venu dans cette compétition, Timio Riefler, qui est d'ailleurs en bagarre, en pleine bagarre là, avec Félix de Decker, il me semble. Très belle bagarre, alors qu'ici on a un dépassement à l'épingle du chemin de fer avec notamment Maurice Istas qui vient de se faire subtiliser la 4e position par Léopold Fermen, le pilote français.
Yeah, running on the Tony kart, so both running on, well, Cosmic being a sister brand, let's say. There's quite a few companies that have, as we all know, how karting has evolved over the years. And Maurice Istas still running with the what was nicknamed in the United Kingdom the hot dog Nassau panel, because you can fit it's like a bread roll, and you can stick a bright, you know, a nice new fresh hot dog in there, and then put your mustard, onions, cheese. You know, it's a running gag in the United Kingdom. But evolution on aerodynamics on Nassau panels have evolved to the point where we see in the major classes a lot of air vents, a lot of trickery with aerodynamics to try and get that extra kilometre an hour or two additional top speed, and also a little bit of handling prowess in the corners. 7.05, Emile Dwellings gets through on Thibaut Wolfer at that point at Chemin de Fer. So again, we're seeing how competitive, and you've seen this a lot this year, that KA100 or KA100 as we know it, is a really ultra competitive series.
Mick Blanquesport qui vient de signer un nouveau meilleur chrono, et il est dépassé dans cet exercice par Léopold Fermen, le pilote français. 57.625 pour le pilote français actuellement 4e. Et devant, et c'est toujours Mick Blanquesport devant Arthur Matagne et It's Postumus.
So 3 minutes 45 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Mick Blanquesport leading, Arthur Matagne trying to close the gap. It's Postumus is losing time to the 710 as we've got to dive to the inside. Once again, that's Leopold Ferman, this time on It's Postumus, but Postumus holds ground and stays in third for the meantime overall. Maurice Istas still leads the 155 category, but Kiana Joly-Optov in the 145, the number 741, on the Falcon chassis, has moved up 7 places overall and is gaining time on the current 155. Championship leader as they cross the line to start lap number 8. Kiana Joly-Optov now 6/10 behind the 753. Paul Hersan has got through Antoine Corman. in the 7:38. So Twan Kuderman rounding out the top two in 1:55. Tommy Sommers down in the 7:90, down in 13th, rounds out the top three in the 1:55 classification, as Leopold Fermat again trying to put the Frighteners on its posthumous, but at the moment is not able to get through, but still has the fastest lap of the race in the pocket. Mick Blankenspor, however, with a 2.6 second advantage over Arthur Martagne with 2 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap to go, has gone purple in sector 2.
2 minutes 15 et un tour encore dans cette manche qualificative, avec le dépassement imminent de la part de Léopold Fermen qui passe à l'intérieur au premier virage. Voilà, c'est fait. Léopold Fermen qui se hisse dans le top 3 de cette manche qualificative devant It's Posthumus. Il démarrait depuis la deuxième position, le pilote néerlandais. Et oh non, il est parti à la faute. Il a mordu sur la partie en herbe là. Et il est parti en tête à queue dans le virage numéro 3. On disait justement qu'il venait de perdre une position, le néerlandais. Quel dommage.
That just goes to show wet grass and slick tyres do not mix one iota, I'm afraid. And he had a really good run on Leopold Ferman when they came through into turn 2, was looking for seizing the opportunity, and unfortunately one wrong move, he went a bit too wide, and it was the right rear wheel, it spun the chassis 360 degrees, and Posthumus is now out of this race. Or has he got going again? That's the big point. He tried to, but he walked away from the kart completely frustrated. He started dragging the kart back on his own without any marshalling assistance. So where is It's Posthumus? He's dropping down the order. I'm not sure if he's got going again, but that is a real shame for the 7-11. Was running on course for a potential 3rd or 4th place finish in the race.
Les dernières secondes dans cette manche qualificative avec pas mal de rebondissements, vous l'avez vu. Avec certes un leadership hyper confortable pour Mick Blankenspor, avec plus de 3 secondes d'avance sur son plus proche poursuivant. Mais derrière, ça s'est battu, et derrière Léopold Fermen, que l'on a vu prendre l'avantage sur It's Posthumus il y a un tour maintenant, eh bien on retrouve Kiana Yoli Optoff, la lady plutôt du classement, qui est pour l'instant 4e, alors que l'on a ici à l'image Timéo Riflard qui passe à l'intérieur ici pour le gain de la 5e position. Ouais, il a pris l'avantage sur Maurice Istas. Maurice Istas qui est engagé dans la catégorie K100 155. Il est un peu plus lourd donc que les adversaires qui le précèdent. Mais Maurice Istas, avec ce résultat, est bien parti pour aller chercher un excellent résultat en vue du titre. Lui qui est en bagarre avec Twan Kurman. Donc ça, c'est le duel pour le titre dans la catégorie K100 155, qui, on le rappelle, dispute ici son 3e rendez-vous de la saison, et on prendra l'ensemble des résultats, donc des 3 résultats des manches qualificatives et des 3 finales. Il n'y a pas de décompte dans cette catégorie, contrairement aux autres où l'on a 10 résultats sur la saison et on prend les 8 meilleurs. Voilà pour la précision.
It's the final lap, c'est la dernière tour for Mick Blankenspor from the Netherlands. He has been absolutely flying around the circuit here at Mariembourg. He goes through the fast 90 left at turn 4, down on the run to Chemin de Fer for the final time. He has a 3.25 second advantage over Arthur Martagne. Leopold Ferman in 3rd, who was battling away with It's Posthumus for that 3rd place until Posthumus hit the wet grass, spun the kart 360 degrees, managed to get the kart back out on track, but it's all the way down in 16th position. 16 karts still running, but it's up the hill for the final time. Mick Blankenspor with a comfortable, commanding victory here in KA 100. And he crosses the line. What's the advantage going to be between him and Arthur Martagne? It will be nearly 3.5 seconds at the end of 12 laps. Mick Blankenspor does the business. He has put himself on the best foot forward for the second heats a little bit later on. Arthur Martagne takes 2nd ahead of Leopold Ferman. Timéo Riflard up 6 places from 10th, takes 4th. Kiana Jolie Optoff The leading lady in this field makes up 8 places to round out your top 5. But it's Mick Blancaspora that wins in 1:45. Morris is down in 6th, wins 1:55.
Nouvelle victoire cette saison pour Mick Blancaspora qui s'impose avec une avance confortable et le meilleur tour en course, 57-609. Il a devancé Arthur Matagne et Léopold Fermen. Voilà pour le top 3. La 4e position revient finalement de justesse à Timmy Orifler qui a terminé juste devant la lady du peloton, Kiana Yoli Optoff. Maurice Ista s'impose en cassant 155. 6e place du classement général pour le Belge. Il devance son compatriote Félix Dedecker. Il devance également Paul Hersin et Toine Kurman, 2e en 155. Émile Duerings complète le top 10. Et derrière, eh bien, on a noté la 14e position, la 16e position pardon, de Hitz Posthumus, parti à la faute. Vous l'avez vu en direct. Voilà pour cette manche de la catégorie cassant, avec pas mal de rebondissements. La suite, eh bien, ça passera par la catégorie X30 Master, X30 Senior Cup.
Coming up next, X30 Master, Senior Cup and Gentlemen, Heat 1.
Landing. Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated.
La catégorie X30 Senior Cup, X30 Master à l'instant qui s'élance. Vous découvrez une grille de départ, mais il ne faut pas tenir compte de celle-là. Ce n'est pas la bonne. Il s'agit de la catégorie cassant qui s'affiche à l'image, mais on va vous donner cette grille de départ avec Noah Mangal qui va s'élancer depuis la pole position, candidat au titre dans la catégorie X30 Senior Cup. François-Xavier Venet sera à ses côtés sur la première ligne, un duel donc de prétendants à la couronne dans cette Senior Cup. Mathieu Delboeuf s'élancera depuis la 3e position. Le titre lui est déjà promis en Master. Simon Emmerlin s'élancera 4e devant Sky de Fourny et Noah Hubert. 7e place pour Bjorn Verham, 8e position pour Jasper Lennartz, suivi de Leon Leinsveld et Maxime Van Schoonwinkel. Pour poursuivre en dehors du top 10, eh bien, on a Mathis Blancart et Vincenzo Schilacci. Dilano Deckers partira 13e devant Max Storm, Michael Honnet, Marit Skurman et Julien Ramos. Voilà la bonne grille de départ que vous découvrez à l'instant sur votre écran si vous nous suivez depuis la chaîne YouTube de la Iame Series Benelux. C'est parti dans quelques instants pour une manche assez longue. On sait qu'elle est plus longue que pour la catégorie mini et mini rookie, puisque en mini rookie nous avons 9 minutes et un tour au programme pour ces manches qualificatives. Ici, comme dans la catégorie cassant, nous avons 10 minutes et un tour au programme. On vous disait que dans la catégorie X30 Senior Cup, il y avait un sacré suspense pour le championnat, avec Noah Mangal qui est toujours dans la course au titre, au même titre que François-Xavier Venet, et de Sky de Fourny. Ça va se jouer entre ces trois-là. Il y a 2 unités d'écart entre tous ces pilotes-là, au moment où l'on a déjà décompté les plus mauvais résultats. Et donc c'est important de le signaler parce qu'il va falloir absolument se classer aux avant-postes ce week-end si on veut espérer décrocher cette couronne tant convoitée. Le départ dans quelques instants, le peloton qui se présente devant la passerelle des mécaniciens, et le départ avec vous, Alex.
Thank you very much, Simon. So, yellow flags waving as the drivers make their way out of the chicane up to the top of the hill. Now they will split, head into the tram lines. X30 Masters Senior Cup, heat number 1 is underway. The red lights go out and it's a storm of activity heading down into turn 1 for the first time. Noah Mangal having the lead of the race and getting very, very easily ahead of everybody else, including Mathieu Delboeuf, who's jumped up from 3rd, now runs 2nd overall. Delboeuf, the outgoing Senior Cup champion, but he's got François-Xavier Venet, the current Senior Cup leader, right on his wheel tracks at the moment, coming through turn 4. 3 wide going down into turn 5 on the run down to Chemin de Fer. That is brave, very, very brave indeed. But if you're on the outside of that, you will be very, very lucky if you don't touch 2 wheels on the grass. However, Noah Mangal, Mathieu Delboeuf, and FX Venet lead the way in the top 3 in the running order of things. Sky de Fourny and Bjorn Verham round out the top 5. Other drivers that made moves up the order: Vincenzo Schilacci had a poor qualifying, as there goes FX. That was Sky de Fourny actually trying to go through, because François-Xavier Venet has dropped down to 6th position. And Sky de Fourny gets through on Mathieu Delboeuf as they wrestle their way out of turn 3, back through into the 90 left at 4. And once again, the cycle continues to evolve.
Ouais, le classement qui a bien évolué depuis le départ, avec un François-Xavier Venet qui a été mis en difficulté. Attention à l'attaque de Bjorn Verham sur Mathieu Delboeuf, ça s'est touché. Et encore l'attaque une fois du pilote belge sur le champion. Et Simon Emmerlin qui s'accroche avec Bjorn Verham. Oh, c'est dommage, Bjorn Verham qui venait de passer devant Mathieu Delboeuf.
The adrenaline was coursing through Bjorn Verham's veins as he literally ripped the front axle of Simon Hemmelin's kart from his chassis. Now, if Bjorn Verham has not got a noisy exhaust, he'll be a very, very lucky individual, but that was right over the rear. I mean, the thing was, Verham got elbows out against someone you don't really want to try and do that with, and that is Mathieu Delboeuf. Jasper Leenertz now up a position. FX Venet now starting to come back into the running order of things behind Leenertz, as there goes a dive from Venet. Catches Jasper Leenertz unaware. And now it's, and we've had a spin! Oh dear, there's two of them. One of which being the 633 of Maxime Van Schoenwinkel.
Maxime Van Schoenwinkel en tête à queue. Ah, c'était très serré. On a vu notamment Vincenzo Schilacci donner un petit coup de pare-choc avant à François-Xavier Venet, qui est passé devant l'un des pilotes. C'est Jasper Leenertz qui est là. C'est vraiment très très animé dans ce peloton. Ça se bouscule un petit peu. C'est très très mouvementé. On l'a vu un peu plus tôt dans cette manche, avec notamment Björn Verham et Simon Emmerlin qui se retrouvent désormais en toute fin de classement, en fond de classement. Et devant, eh bien, Noah Mangal suit sa course comme il le souhaite. Il est le plus rapide en piste pour l'instant, 56-149, et il a une avance confortable sur Sky de Fourny. Deux candidats au titre donc dans cette Senior Cup, au même titre que François-Xavier Venet, mais qui vit une manche un peu plus mouvementée dans ce peloton où l'on a retrouvé plusieurs pilotes en difficulté, en tête à queue ou accrochés.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to get to a point where there was going to be an incident, and we just saw that personified. I mean, Van Schoenwinkel got the slightest of taps, and I think it was, as you said, from Noah Hubert, who's dropped down the order. But it was the incident was so quick, like literally, Van Schoenwinkel got turned, and the domino rally effect happened as a direct consequence. So once you're in that part of the circuit, going through Piff Puff into Escargot, you really, really have to be on your A game. You've got to have eyes, not just in the back of your head, but all around it, because if you're stuck in the middle of a pack of four or a pack of five, you are going to find that you might be the one in the middle that gets squeezed, and it could be the slightest tap. It sends your cart around, pointing in the wrong direction, and that's exactly what happened to Van Schoenwinkel on that particular occasion. But meantime, there is François-Xavier Venet being reeled in by Belgium's Jasper Leenertz, mechanic by Dad Bart, who works in the automotive industry on a lot of projects that he can't always talk about. You know, very, very hush-hush. But he, I spoke to Jasper on a post-race interview where he won his second heat at Genk. And the first heat didn't go quite to plan, mainly because of the thought that his dad thought he hadn't tightened the bolt for the clutch, and it was tight enough, and they pulled him back in and retired him. But Jasper Leenertz is a talent I've known for a many year, since his day as a mini driver back in the old days at Karting Genk, and now we see he's still getting that. He's still able to scratch that competitive urge of getting back behind the wheel.
La manche qualificative qui se poursuit, la situation qui s'est quelque peu décantée depuis quelques instants maintenant, avec toujours ce trio de tête qui va poursuivre cette course sans trop de difficultés. Noah Mangal en tête devant Sky de Fourny et Mathieu Delboeuf. François-Xavier Venet en 4e position, avec la menace tout de même de Jasper Leenertz en 5e position. 6e place pour Vincenzo Schilacci devant Mathis Blancart, Max Storm, Michael Honnet et Leon Leinsveld. Voilà pour le top 10 provisoire, alors qu'ici on a une bagarre avec notamment Didano Deckers qui est passé devant Michael Honnet. Et Michael Honnet qui a vu aussi passer devant lui Leon Leinsveld. Alors que le meilleur tour en course est signé Simon Emmerlin. C'est dommage cet accrochage, parce que visiblement ce pilote est bien dans le coup en termes de performance pure.
Well, it doesn't matter what class of racing you compete in. Everyone is just as competitive as each other. They have this. They have this mindset that they can go out there and do the business and get the job done. But sometimes it comes to that sense of either desperation or urgency, and we saw the former, I'm afraid, that someone was a bit desperate to get through, causes a chain reaction, And then all of a sudden one goes off, another one goes off, and then you've got 2 people out of position. So 2 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap to go here in Heat 1 for Master, Senior Cup and Gentlemen. Noah Mengal leads the way in Senior Cup. Mathieu Delboeuf, 3rd overall, runs in the lead of Masters, and Michael Onet, our only Gentleman driver this weekend in the 580, rounds out your top 11. The lead gap between Mengal and Deforny now 1.4 seconds. It's a further 2 seconds back 2.3 seconds back to Mathieu Delboeuf. François-Xavier Vinet, Jasper Leiditz round out your top 5. The sun continues to shine down from the skies up above here at Mariembourg as we are coming into the final throes of what is going to be the first of 2 qualifying heats for these drivers. They'll have a second one at around about 3:45 this afternoon. But more to the point, Noah Mengal doing exactly what he needs to do. Did not take part in the opening round at Karting Genk. At Mariembourg here back in early April, just a week after the collective tests in the last weekend of March. So Noah Mengal doing exactly what he needs to do. Keeps the car on the black stuff. Hits the apex, hits the braking point, hits the acceleration at the right time. And just keeping it nice and smooth and calm. Sky Deforny still trying to chase him down at the moment. Mathieu Delboeuf continues to lead in Masters with François-Xavier Vinet rounding out the top 3 in Senior Cup, top 4 overall. Jasper Leiditz still holding on to 5th overall, but he's got Vincenzo Schilacci trying to close on in. Schilacci currently 6th overall, P2 in the Masters division. So next time around we will have 2 more laps remaining. So Noah Mengal crosses the line with 38 seconds to spare. 2 laps to go in this encounter. And he leads Sky Deforny by nearly 1.7 seconds. Mathieu Delboeuf is a further nearly 2 seconds back in P3, leading the Masters classification with François-Xavier Vinet, Jasper Leiditz, Vincenzo Schilacci, Mathis Blanckaert, Max Storm, Leon Leinsfeld and Delano Deckers rounding out the top 10. The timer is counting down as we speak, and now it hits 0 as we've got the 680 of Max Storm battling away with Mathis Blanckaert on the OTK chassis just in front. But 1 more lap remains in this penultimate qualifying heat of the season. Noah Mengal, after 11 laps, has a lead over Sky Deforny, which measures 1.848 seconds. Mathieu Delboeuf continues to lead Masters. François-Xavier Vinet, Jasper Leiditz, Vincenzo Schilacci, Mathis Blanckaert, Max Storm, Leon Leinsfeld, Delano Deckers, Michael Onet. Noah Hubert now passed by, well, Noah Hubert has dropped down to the bottom of the order. So he's behind Simon Hemelin, Bjorn Vam and Maxime van Schoenwinkel. But Noah Mengal doing exactly what he needs to do. Keep it calm at the front end of the field. Don't make any unforced errors or give anyone a window of opportunity to get through, as he will now come out of Escargot for the final time. And Noah Mengal will pick up the win in this combined heat. So X30 Senior Cup overall race winner becomes Noah Mengal, who takes the checkered flag after 12 laps, wins by nearly 1 3/4 seconds ahead of Sky Deforny. Mathieu Delboeuf wins in Masters, P3 overall, 3.03 seconds behind our race leader and race winner. François-Xavier Vinet takes P3 in Senior Cup, 4th overall, ahead of Jasper Leiditz. Vincenzo Schilacci, 2nd in Masters, 6th overall, ahead of Mathis Blanckaert, Max Storm, Leon Leinsfeld and Delano Deckers. They round out your top 10. Michael Onet, Simon Hemelin, Bjorn Vaham, Maxime van Schoenwinkel, Noah Hubert and Marath Schurman round out the finishers. And unfortunately on lap number 6 we lost Julian Ramos in the 444. But Noah Mengal takes the win for RSD Karting in the opening race for X30 Senior Cup Masters and Gentlemen. So that is the conclusion of the first stage of the qualifying heats for Mini Rookie, KA 100, X30 Masters Senior Cup and Gentlemen. We have another heat coming up very shortly where we'll be going into another 9 minutes plus an additional lap as our Mini drivers will head out for heat number 2, Groups A versus C very soon. The wind has picked up once again here. There is the remainder of the timetable. So we will have a couple of small breaks, let's say, between several of the races. But we are going to now head down to the interview zone for the second time today. Standing by alongside Simon Mirguet is the winner of that X30 Masters and Senior Cup heat. He's joined by Noah Mingal. Simon, over to you.
Et voilà, nous sommes avec le vainqueur de cette première manche qualificative de la catégorie X30 Senior Cup, Noah Mingal. Ben voilà, début de journée parfait pour vous ici à Mariembourg.
Oui, on est arrivé avec la pression du championnat parce que finalement tout se joue aujourd'hui. Il fallait qu'on chope la pole, c'était obligé, on a réussi à faire ça le matin. Donc là, il manque plus qu'à faire deux manches comme ça et c'est bon.
Oui, il n'y a plus qu'à, mais le plus dur reste à faire. Vous l'avez dit, vous êtes arrivé ici avec la pression du championnat parce que il vous manque en fait un premier résultat ici à Mariembourg en début de saison. Donc vous allez devoir absolument optimiser tout pour pouvoir prétendre à cette couronne. Mais si ça se passe comme ça peut le faire.
C'est ça, oui, avec une course en moins, c'était pas joué d'avance. Mais voilà, on est bien revenu, on a fait 2 victoires à Genk. On espère une ici et si tout se passe bien, on est champion.
Alors jusqu'à présent, une bonne qualif avec cette pole position et puis ici une course plutôt tranquille.
Oui, c'est ça, j'ai réussi à prendre un bon départ, un peu piéger la ligne de gauche. J'ai pris un bon envol directement, le rythme était là, donc voilà, c'est parfait.
C'est parfait pour l'instant pour Noah Mingal que l'on retrouvera un peu plus tard dans cette journée pour la deuxième manche qualificative de cette catégorie X30 Senior Cup, X30 Master. Mais avant cela, eh bien, on va repartir pour une nouvelle manche dans la catégorie Mini.
Thank you very much to Simon there with Noah Mingal, just the winner of that first heat out of 2 for X30 Senior Cup Masters and Gentlemen. So plenty of racing still to come on the live broadcast here on the Iame Series Benelux YouTube channel and also on Iame-motorsport.com. So wherever you're watching in the world, thank you so much for joining us here as we're live streaming directly with a glorious sound and vision provided by our streaming partners, Camp Company GmbH. A big thank you to Mike Wagner and his team once again for providing live stream coverage all the way through the 2025 season. So we will now head on to the second part of the qualifying heats. And of course, with regards to Mini, they will have 3 heats altogether over the course of this race day here on Sunday, the 5th of October, 2025. And after the qualifying heats have been completed, then the allocation of points after the qualifying heats can be thereby handed out once all results are official. After all sporting and technical matters have been dealt with and thereby confirmed. But very shortly we'll be getting underway with our second of 3 mini heats, A versus C Heat 2, coming up next.
point updated. Home point updated.
La suite du programme, mesdames et messieurs, à présent avec la nouvelle manche qualificative de la catégorie mini, le groupe A face au groupe C, avec une grille de départ que vous découvrez à l'instant. Lewis Boats partira en pole position avec à ses côtés le champion de la catégorie mini rookie de l'an dernier, Denver Boss. Deuxième ligne occupée par Di Dordal et Milan Beku. Milan Beku, leader du championnat en arrivant ici à Mariembourg. Ces deux-là auront derrière eux Marcus Enganassen et Matteo Campobello. Dorian Grandjean démarra 7e avec à ses côtés Manoa Laurent, 9e position pour Mathis Pissens, la 10e pour Milo Cornil. Et puis derrière, on retrouve dans cet ordre Edouard Berger, Bram Konings, Toby Terrard, Dan Van Dam, Lutherium Fernandez. Et puis ensuite, on retrouvera en dehors du top 15 Martin Gomis, François Collignon, Roseline Hennick, Musa Bera Akbaba, Théo Randax, Tom Grosjean et enfin à la 22e position Martin Rodriguez.
Yeah, we've had the official results come through. Top three in the previous heat was Julian Cotelet winning ahead of Denver Boz by just under a tenth and a half. Milan Beku up to P3 at the end of the race. Several drivers got penalties. Martin Gomis, 5-second time penalty for pushing. Dan Van Dam, 5-second time penalty for front fairing, along with Thiago Onink. Thiago Onink, along with Joshua Lawson got a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision, but Thiago Onink had an additional 15 seconds of penalties added to the race time. Extra time penalty for a 5-second steward decision. Then we had front fairing and then causing a collision. So Thiago Onink, not exactly having a very good one on that particular occasion, but this is the halfway stage. We've got this and one more heat to go. So this will be the last race for the likes of Denver Boz, Milan Beku, Matteo Campobello, Manuel Laurent, Milo Cornil et al. So Milan Beku has already got a third place. He's got to wait to see what happens in the next race to see how far up the order he will be and whether he will be close to getting a maximum score in this point. But Simon, it's over to you once again for the race start, my friend.
Le départ dans quelques instants, mesdames et messieurs, avec un très joli peloton pour cette manche qualificative. 22 pilotes au départ, avec, on vous l'a dit, Lewis Boats qui va lancer les hostilités. Le peloton qui se présente maintenant dans cette ligne droite de départ. Les magnifiques images de drone pour vivre cela avec un peu de hauteur. Le premier virage qui se passe pour l'instant sans encombre pour l'ensemble du peloton. Le premier virage avec Lewis Boats qui a dû faire face à notamment Denver Boss notamment, mais qui est plus loin dans la hiérarchie. Ouais, Denver Boss, il est redescendu dans ce classement.
Milan Beku's currently running in 6th at the moment, behind the two that are going side by side. And Beku's trying to force a window of opportunity down into Shimantafé. He's got through for P5 at the moment.
Oui, et je pense que c'est Di Dordal en fait qui a pris un excellent envol.
Yes, opening purple sector for the 898 as Rosalind May Heineke's grandmother watching from Indianapolis once again, always tunes in on time. So a very good morning. Hope you've got your strong coffee on standby because it's going to be a long, long day in the office. But meantime, Didi Dodala leads the way after the opening tour, and he's got behind him Lewis Boots and the Norwegian Marcus Engen Arzen in the 882, rounding out the top three, covered by 3.5 tenths of a second. Milan Beku has got to try and see if he can get past the 879 in front of him. That is Mattis Piesens. That is for the battle for 4th position. So hopefully, if Milan gets up to P3 by the end of this race, that won't be a bad place to start if that puts him on the inside of the second row for the final.
7 minutes 20 et un tour. Il y en avait 9 au départ de cette manche qualificative. C'est le même schéma que tout à l'heure. Et pour l'instant, Didi Dordal est en train de creuser quelque peu l'écart par rapport à ses plus proches poursuivants. Poursuivants qui sont au nombre de 4, comme vous pouvez le voir à l'instant. Et attention parce qu'on est en train de jouer un jeu d'équipe là entre Lewis Boats et Marcus Enganasson. Mais ça revient derrière avec notamment Mattis Piesens, mais aussi avec Milan Beku qui a forcément l'envie de bien faire dans ces manches qualificatives en vue du championnat. Regardez l'attaque à présent au virage numéro 2 de la part de Mattis Piesens qui est passé en 3e position.
Yeah, through on the young Norwegian, and Piesens put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.872. That is nearly on a par with what we saw in the earlier qualifying sessions, which was nearly on, well, that's 10 thousandths behind Gillian van der Kotelet's Group 1 qualifying lap time. So the track is really evolving as Mattis Piesens doing exactly what he needs to do. He's up into P2 now up on Lewis Boots. So now the chase begins between Lewis Boots and Didi Dodala. Denver Boz is now down in 7th, maybe make that 6th, because it looks like he got through at the final right-hander on Dorian Grandjean, the 817 for P6. So look at this battle at the top between the top quintet. 1 second covering them, and here goes Milan Beku up the inside, through on Marcus Enganarsen, and that is 4th for the current championship leader. He's still got 5.5 minutes plus an additional lap to try and close in. Doesn't need to go at full guns blazing, but to make general improvements on sector time, which helps bring together each and every lap.
Oui, c'est 5 minutes et un tour qui s'annonce encore palpitante dans cette manche qualificative avec Didi Dordal qui voit revenir sur lui un groupe de poursuivants déterminés à encore gagner et grappiller l'une ou l'autre position, à commencer par Mattis Piesens qui est dans un rythme effréné depuis tout à l'heure, une 0,2 812, c'est lui qui est le plus rapide en piste pour l'instant. Il va pouvoir profiter de l'aspiration dans cette ligne droite, ce serait bien de revenir voilà sur les leaders et le dépassement et le changement de leader. Dans cette manche qualificative, Mattis Piesens est désormais en tête devant Didi Dordal. C'est un Belge qui cède le leadership à un de ses compatriotes. Derrière, eh bien, on retrouve Lewis Boats et Milan Beku qui est bien revenu après un début de manche un peu mouvementé. Début de manche mouvementé aussi pour Denver Boss qui n'est qu'en 6e position.
So the battles continue, and look at the 4 at the front. Oh, that was so close. I think now we've got Milan Beku at the back of the quartet. So Marcus Enganarsen has dropped to 5th. Beku up the inside, trying to get through on, I think that is Mattis Piesens, I believe. And now there goes Marcus Engenassen back up the inside, out of the penultimate right-hander. Now through the final right-hander. Milan Beku now knows that the fight is well and truly lit alive now. The fireworks could be at any sudden moment in this final day of the season, and it is about two things. Don't think about the championship now is the first one. Second thing, get that kart across the line as fast as you can. Don't worry about what's going to happen later on, because you'll deal with it then. You've got to focus on the here and the now, and that's more prevalent than anything else, because the way that things are going, Didi Dadala is starting to stride away from Lewis Boots. Mattis Piesens and everybody else behind, they're playing catch-up here. And at the back of that train, well, he did drop down a little bit further back, but he's closed in on them. Denver Boz with the purple sector in the middle sector of the circuit. Denver Boz is going to make this 6 drivers that can and will have an opportunity of winning this second heat.
2 minutes 40 et c'est Didi Dadala qui se retrouve à nouveau en tête dans cette course devant les Wixboats. C'est Mattis Piesens qui a donc perdu quelques longueurs dans cette bagarre. Marcus Engenassen en a profité pour remonter à la 4e place devant Milan Beku. Et ça se bagarre toujours entre ces deux-là. Denver Boss en profite aussi pour revenir. Et puis derrière, il y a un énorme trou avec un autre groupe emmené pour l'instant par Manoa Laurent et Dorian Grandjean. Et regardez Milan Beku qui passe Marcus Engenassen, tout comme Denver Boss. Ah, ce n'est pas fini dans ce groupe de tête. Il reste 2 minutes et un tour maintenant. Et ça s'annonce encore passionnant, palpitant, jusqu'au bout, une course véritablement à suspense.
It's racing that keeps you on the edge of your seat with your heart palpitating quite significantly. The heart rates will increase, the adrenaline will increase, and the atmosphere is absolutely electric. The wind might be blowing the flags in the background very, very hard, maybe blowing past those. They're flapping around in the breeze, but second place now goes the way from Lewis Boots to Mattis Piesens. And then Boots trying the counter-offensive through into 3, the 879 having the 830's number, but that's going to allow... Oh, right, Denver Boz has got the bit between his teeth, fire lit in the belly of that young Dutchman. He's going to make his way down into Chemin de Fer. Milan Beku in the meantime gets through on Marcus Engenassen for 5th place. But 2nd, 3rd and 4th, you can't really separate them right now as Lewis Boots up the inside of Mattis Piesens, and here goes Denver Boz, the Flying Dutchman from WJS Racing. Is he going to get through? He's going to try and do something special here. He's going to make it 3 wide. And Denver Boz, with an outstanding inside maneuver, gets through on the pair of them. And here comes Mattis Piesens fighting back as we go on to the penultimate lap of this race. This is going to allow Didi Dadala to go away into the distance. And Denver Boz finds himself re-relegated back down into 4th position, behind Lewis Boots, who's got Mattis Piesens swarming all over his rear bumper. This is going to bring Milan Beku back into the mix, as now Boz up the inside of Piesens, through at Chemin de Fer. Back for P3 goes the 887 for WJS Racing. Milan Beku, the 899 from Eichmann's Grand Prix, is there too now. Makes it a quintet battling away over 2nd position. But Didi Dadala did have a 1.2 second advantage with 2 laps to go. What's his advantage going to be as we go on to the final lap of this penultimate heat for Mini in 2025? 2.3 seconds. It was nearly 3 wide again for P2. And here comes Beku. Here comes Engenassen. Beku to the inside. Boz makes a mistake. Force wide. Engenassen gets through as well. So Beku up to 4th. Engenassen up to 5th. And Denver Boz now at the back of the train. He's 6th. 2nd place is going to swap. And Piesens runs a little bit wide. It's 3 wide for 3rd position. Down into turn 5. Milan Beku was squeezed right in the middle. There's contact between Boz and Beku, front to rear bumper. But Mattis Piesens holds on, but he doesn't now. Here comes Milan Beku as Lewis Boots gets through. Denver Boz gets through, but runs wide in the second phase of Escargot. Piesens, and now look at the chasing pack. There's another 7 carts that have bolted themselves to the end of the train. It is going to be Didi Didala that's going to win the race. Milan Beku is now pulling away. He's going to get second. Didala wins. Beku P2. Who's going to be third? It's Engedarsen by 6 1/1000ths. Well, what can you say about that race there? Didi Didala went off for a casual Sunday afternoon canter in the Cavan countryside, wins the race by nearly 5.1 seconds. Milan Beku gets P2 after a scramble. And I truly mean it was a scramble for second. Marcus Engedarsen pips teammate Lewis Boots by 6 1/1000ths at the line for P3. Denver Boz was in contention, ends up 5th ahead of Dorian Grandjean. Then look at how close the top 14 were. 8.7 seconds in between them. So, I just heard that Rosalind May Heineke has just had a 5-second time penalty given for pushing. But what can you say about that one? Dan Van Dam, Milo Cornel, Mattis Piesens, Edouard Berger rounds out the top 10. Toby Tehar in 11th. Manuel Laurent, Matteo Campobello, Martin Gomis, Musa Bera Agbaba, Bram Koning, Sluterian Fernandez, Theo Handax, Martin Rodriguez, François Collignon, Tom Grosjean, and Rosalind May Heineke round out your finishers. But Didala wins by 5.1 seconds. Now, there is still one more mini heat to go, and that's going to be at 4:15 this afternoon, local time. And then it will then decide who will be at the sharp end of the field. But we are now going to head down to the interview zone once again as we rejoin Simon Mirguet. Looks like he's got Didi Didala, our race winner, standing by. Simon, let's head down to you.
Ja, we zijn hier met de winnaar van deze manche in de mini-klasse, Didi Didala. Proficiat voor deze overwinning. Wat kunnen we zeggen over deze manche?
Ja, het was een hele moeilijke manche. Alleen ik kon wegrijden. Maar toen kwam Pieces nog achter mij. Die kon ik nog weg van hem rijden. Ja, en toen was ik weggereden.
Nu de finale voor jou. En wat is je doel voor deze laatste wedstrijd van het seizoen?
Winnen.
Winnen, voilà. Les ambitions sont claires pour Didi Didala, donc qui s'est imposé dans cette manche qualificative. Et en finale, l'objectif sera de gagner.
Thank you, Simon. Summed up perfectly by Didi Didala from Belgium racing on the Sodi kart. What's your objective today? I want to be the winner. Well put, young man. So we have a couple of minutes to go before we go back into competition next time out. And it's going to be our final qualifying heat of the season for 9 minutes plus an additional lap as we will head to Mini Rookie coming up next. Right then, we go on to our last qualifying heat of the season for heat of mini rookie. Milan de Ruyt, our race 1 winner, starts once again on pole position. He'll have Isaac El Houti alongside, who finished 4th in the opening heat. Row 2 is Eloan Poissonnet and Bruce Chirino, who finished 3rd and 2nd respectively in heat number 1. Lucas van der Heerde starts exactly where he finished in heat number 1, P5. We'll have Raphaël Hardouin, Gilles Duval, Kian Tenhav, André Grelo and Louis Letauras, who finished 6th in the opening heats, rounding out the top 10. Leopold Herman, Thiago Oliveira, Maxime Smet, Bilianov Arda, Luis de Rida, Daily Bruce Erkelens, Matt Cooper, Bos van der Meulen, Maxime Bal, Ferry Lapere, Pelle de Vries, Nathan Schreers and William Cito round out your grid. Now, we did have some penalties issued post-heat number 1. William Cito got a front fairing penalty and also got a 5-second time penalty. So a total of 10 added seconds to his race time for wrong start position front fairing. We then had Pelle de Vries along with the 940 of Raphaël Hardouin and also the 907 of Kian Tenhav. 3-second time penalty for corridor with 2 wheels, outside of the corridor with 2 wheels. Kian Tenhav behind him had Raphaël Hardouin with the 940 also picking up a 5-second time penalty for front fairing, but a big old scramble in that previous race for the race, well, for what ended up being second on the road, with Milan Beku taking P2 5.1 seconds behind Belgium Racing's Didi Didale. But the field now making its way through into Chemin de Fer. Of course, we saw a really, really good race between our drivers here. The winning margin last time out by Milan de Ruyt over Bruce Chirino was 1.6 seconds. How are things going to look after the end of 9 minutes plus an additional lap here for this race, I wonder?
Oui, la dernière manche qualificative pour la catégorie mini rookie, dernière manche qualificative de la journée, dernière manche qualificative de la saison, avec un championnat qui doit se jouer ici même sur le karting des Fagnes, on l'a dit, avec Isaac El Houti, Eloan Poissonnet ou encore Bruce Chirino qui sont pour l'instant en lice pour cette couronne tant convoitée. Même à ce jeune âge, on a des ambitions, on a envie de bien faire, on a envie de progresser et d'apprendre, certes, mais on a aussi envie de gagner, et on l'a encore entendu il y a quelques instants avec Eddie de Dordal. Ces jeunes pilotes sont pleins d'ambition, pleins de rêves aussi. Allez, c'est parti pour cette dernière manche qualificative de la catégorie mini rookie. Le drapeau vert pour tout le monde. Et l'excellent départ de Milan de Ruyt pour celui qui a jusqu'ici dominé les débats dans cette catégorie avec la pole position et la victoire en manche 1.
Exactly the same textbook start that he got at the opening race of the weekend earlier on today, but everyone now starting to move into turn 4. So de Ruyt leads, Poissonnet second, El Houti in third, Bruce Chirino down to 5th behind Lucas van der Heerde as they head down into Chemin de Fer for the first time. Looks like Chirino has got that place back and is now back up into 4th position. Through into Pif-Paf, now into Escargot they head. And at the moment, well, Milan de Ruyt doing exactly what he needs to do. He's starting to open up a gap early doors on Eloan Poissonnet, who's closed up right towards the back bumper of the 904 from Belgium, and now it's going to be the run up the hill. And there is, look at this, this has become a peloton very much in the same vein as the Tour de France, only it's the Iame Series Benelux Karting edition. Down to the inside, through for 3rd position, tries to go Bruce Chirino. He's wheel to wheel with Isaac El Houti as they run down into turn 2, and Chirino makes the move stick.
On reprend les mêmes et on recommence par rapport à la manche précédente avec la bagarre entre Bruce Chirino et Isaac El Houti. El Houti qui est repassé devant Bruce Chirino. Et derrière, on a Lucas van der Heeren qui vient se mêler à cette bagarre aussi. Ah, c'est sûr qu'il n'y a pas que les prétendants au titre qui sont en bagarre. Il y a aussi ceux qui veulent réaliser un dernier coup d'éclat. Et Lucas van der Heeren fait partie de ceux-là. Devant, eh bien, Milan de Ruyt est parti devant avec Eloan Poissonnet qui le suit de très très près. Attention à ce Virage de l'escargot, hein, toujours particulier, mais c'est aussi une opportunité de dépassement ici sur ce karting des Fagnes. Bruce Chirino qui n'a pas dit son dernier mot face à Isaac Elaouti. Ah oui, ces deux-là, ils sont en bagarre directe hein, pour le titre. Et peut-être encore une attaque là de Bruce Chirino qui reste sagement derrière Isaac Elaouti pour l'instant. Alors que devant, j'ai l'impression qu'on augmente un peu le rythme dans le chef des deux leaders. Une 0,3 657 confirmation. Meilleur tour en course pour Milan de Ruyt. Mais attention parce que derrière, on est loin d'avoir rendu les armes. 7 dixièmes d'écart entre Milan de Ruyt et Isaac Elaouti.
Well, the thing is that even if Milan de Ruyt does not win this race but finishes second, he is on pole position for the final later on. And that will bag the youngster from Belgium a cool 80 points. So the drivers make their way through Escargot here on lap number 3 out of the exit. And look at these wonderful drone shots. The top quintet starting to break away. The bottle in the court from P6 backwards is Gilles Duval, but that's instantly been broken by Louis Letowers, who dived through on the inside of the penultimate right-hander and has gotten through. But Gilles Duval has the slipstream on the 9.56 as Milan de Ruyt leads us on to lap number 4. The top 4 covered by 0.635 of a second. So now it is the strategic game of mini rookie chess here at Mariembourg. And Milan de Ruyt holding on to that race lead. Poissonnet holding on to second. Brice Chirino runs a little bit wide coming out of turn number 3 behind Isaac Elaouti.
La bagarre toujours pour cette première position avec Eloane Poissonnet qui est désormais sous la menace d'Isaac Elaouti. Et derrière dans le peloton, ça se bouscule encore ici avec une légère touchette à cette épingle du chemin de fer. Là aussi un endroit apprécié des pilotes pour tenter des manœuvres de dépassement. On a vraiment deux groupes qui se détachent avec pour l'instant les 5 premiers qui ont fait le trou et puis la bagarre derrière. Avec un nouveau dépassement, Liwella Towers qui s'est fait passer par Gilles de Waal dans ce dernier virage.
That bottle is getting ever bigger because the amount of drivers that are closing in is getting rather impressive. Between Gilles de Waal and Maxime Smet, that is 6th to 11th, the gap is 4 tenths. And look now, Louis Letowers might be losing another position. Or it might be behind, it might be Leonard Herman trying to go through on André Crelot. You've also got Kian Ten Hav, Maxime Smet. Keep your eyes on Matt Cooper, Rafael Hardouin. They're not that far behind. Neither is the 912 of Bilyanov Arda, as there is a change, I believe. Isaac Elaouti passed for third by the 975 of the Netherlands, Bruce Chirino.
Ouais, encore du changement dans ce top 4, top 5 avec Bruce Chirino qui a repris l'avantage sur Isaac Elaouti. Décidément, depuis le début de ce week-end, on n'arrête pas de se chamailler entre ces deux-là. Et ça fait évidemment les affaires de ceux qui sont devant, c'est-à-dire Milan de Ruyt et Eloane Poissonnet, qui sont pour l'instant en train de se détacher quelque peu parce que derrière, regardez, Isaac Elaouti n'a pas dit son dernier mot et surtout dans cette bagarre, toujours ce Lucas van der Heren qui fait preuve d'opportunisme en passant dans le deuxième virage. La réplique maintenant d'Isaac Elaouti. Mais ouais, c'est pas fini et attention à ne pas trop se bagarrer entre ces deux-là parce que le trou se forme avec Bruce Chirino qui va tenter de revenir sur Eloane Poissonnet. En tout cas, devant, ça va très très vite du côté de Milan de Ruyt. Meilleur tour en course, 1.02, 888. Alors que dans le peloton, on voit Liwella Towers quelque peu en difficulté dans ses tours. Déjà dépassé par Gilles de Waal il y a quelques instants. Et puis désormais, Liwella Towers qui était sous la menace de Leonard Herman notamment. Et je pense qu'il s'est fait passer dans cette épingle du chemin de fer.
So 2 minutes and 40 to go, plus an additional lap. The battles are very heated up and down the order. And you can see now that Milan de Ruyt has gotten away from Eloane Poissonnet, who in turn has gotten away from Bruce Chirino. So it's a three-way scrap for third. Look at the scramble coming into Chemin de Fer here. Oh, there's been contact and a turnaround. And I think that was Leonard Harmon that was turned around possibly by Louis Letowers. That was through at Chemin de Fer, and Letowers, that is not going to help the 956 in the battle for the championship later on, because it really, really has hurt him where his finishing position will be in this race. But Milan de Ruyt at the moment, with just under 2 minutes to go, has got daylight between himself and pole position for the final. Elouan Poissonnet will have a chance maybe to either be on the first or second row. Chirino will either be on the first or second row, and El Haouti. So Milan de Ruyt, Elouan Poissonnet, Bruce Chirino and Isaac El Haouti are the drivers of the moment. But Louis Letowers, after that contact with Leonard Herman, that has compromised the pair of them, and they are dropping down the order. They are now well outside of the... Letowers is outside of the top 15.
Oui, Louis Letowers qui montrait toute sa déception après ce contact avec Leonard Herman. Les deux pilotes qui ont perdu énormément dans l'aventure, dans ce contact au virage numéro 2 qui les a envoyés en tête à queue. Ils sont pour l'instant 17e pour Louis Letowers, 18e pour Leonard Herman, et ce sont tous les espoirs de bons résultats au championnat qui s'envolent pour Louis Letowers. Il était arrivé ici en 4e position de la compétition, avec encore une possibilité, pourquoi pas, d'aller chercher une place d'honneur. Eh bien, ce sera difficile quand on sait que devant, eh bien, Elouan Poissonnet, Isaac El Haouti et Bruce Chirino sont en train de marquer plus de points que lui dans cet exercice des manches qualificatives. C'est dommage, mais ça fait partie de l'apprentissage. C'est ce qu'on dira aussi, à mon avis, dans le clan de Louis Letowers. Il aura montré de belles choses cette saison. Il aura une victoire à son actif, ça c'est sûr. On ne lui enlèvera pas. C'était lors du premier rendez-vous ici même à Mariembourg. Mais donc, grosse déception dans cette manche qualificative pour le pilote belge. Pendant ce temps, eh bien, ça continue de rouler comme il se doit pour Milan de Ruyt, qui conserve un avantage assez confortable sur Elouan Poissonnet. Et la suite, eh bien, ça se bagarre avec notamment, je pense ici, la bagarre avec derrière Gilles de Waal, Maxime Smet, Kian Tonave notamment, alors que nous sommes dans les deux derniers tours de cette manche qualificative.
What's interestingly enough is that Isaac El Haouti will start 4th on the grid provisionally. Bruce Chirino and Elouan Poissonnet, it will go down to qualifying, because Bruce Chirino started 4th, Elouan Poissonnet started 3rd, so he would get the benefit of the doubt as Milan de Ruyt puts us on to the final lap of this race. So it is going to be rather interesting what happens now between Poissonnet and Chirino. Chirino, however, is through on Poissonnet. So that's going to give Bruce Chirino the outside line of the front row of the grid. If the result stands as it is, El Haouti will be alongside Poissonnet on row number 2, but Milan de Ruyt has had two third place finishes, both at Genk, 3rd after the qualifying heats and 3rd in the final. That's been his highest place so far this season, and Milan de Ruyt is on for a perfect score. Now through the final corner, Milan de Ruyt up the hill for the final time. Can Bruce Chirino hold on in front of Elouan Poissonnet? It's the run to the checkered. De Ruyt will win the double, and Chirino will take 2nd ahead of Poissonnet at the line. We have got a truly titanic battle for the mini rookie title, like we saw between Denver Boz and Amin Pantali this time last year.
Milan de Ruyt qui s'est imposé dans cette manche qualificative devant Bruce Chirino, le pilote néerlandais qui s'est classé 2e de justesse devant Elouan Poissonnet. Il avait pris l'avantage sur le Belge quelques instants avant. Et il a signé le meilleur tour dans cette manche qualificative, Bruce Chirino, 1:02 782. Et Isaac El Haouti n'est pas passé loin non plus de récupérer une position dans cette fin de course à suspense pour la 2e place. En tout cas, regardez les écarts, pas bien grands entre Bruce Chirino et Isaac El Haouti, avec Elouan Poissonnet qui était juste derrière lui. Le top 5 complété par Lucas van der Heeren et Gilles de Waal qui termine 6e. Bon résultat pour Gilles de Waal. La belle remontée de Maxime Smet, 6 places de gagné, il termine 7e. On a ensuite dans le top 10, dans cet ordre, Kian Tonave, Raphaël Arduin et Matt Cooper. Et puis vous avez vu le reste du classement. Mais donc à nouveau une manche qualificative palpitante dans cette catégorie mini-rookie. Et décidément, les jeunes pilotes de cette compétition nous réservent toujours du beau spectacle.
Yes, indeed. And that concludes the mini rookie qualifying heats. Up next, it is going to be KA 100 qualifying heat number 2.
Landing. Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated.
Tout comme précédemment avec la catégorie mini rookie, il s'agit ici de la dernière manche qualificative de cette Iame Series Benelux pour la catégorie cassant avec la grille de départ que vous découvrez à l'instant avec Mick Blankesport qui démarrera depuis la pole position. C'est clairement l'homme à battre. À ses côtés, son compatriote It's Postumus, le néerlandais, qui s'est classé deuxième des essais qualificatifs devant Maurice Istas et Léopold Fermen. Troisième ligne pour Arthur Matagne et Enzo Vituli. Félix Dedecker partira depuis la 7e position devant Toine Kurman à ses côtés, donc à la 8e place. Paul Hersin s'élancera 9e avec à ses côtés Timio Riflar. 11e position pour Thibaut Wolfart. La 12e pour Emile Duerings. On retrouvera ensuite Kiana Yoli Optov, Tommy Sommers, Sana Ben Nasser, Yannick Schmidt, Raphaël Parache, Mika Kolokovic et Paul Hornung pour compléter donc cette grille de départ de plus en plus fournie. On peut s'en réjouir. Une petite vingtaine de candidats engagés pour cette finale de la saison. C'est vrai que cette catégorie cassant a été mise sur pied l'an dernier pour être finalement une catégorie d'appel avec des coûts qui sont un peu moins élevés que pour une catégorie X30 Junior ou X30 Senior par exemple. Et cette catégorie visiblement qui a de plus en plus de succès. On a notamment un nouveau venu ce week-end dans cette catégorie qui nous vient de la catégorie X30 Junior, c'est Timeo Riflar. Et donc oui, sur les réseaux sociaux il a annoncé récemment qu'il changeait de catégorie, qu'il se lançait dans ce nouveau projet et c'est avec beaucoup d'enthousiasme qu'il se lance dans cette aventure. Et tout à l'heure, lors de la première manche qualificative, je pense que ça s'était plutôt bien passé avec un pilote qui a franchi la ligne d'arrivée en 4e position. On va voir dans cette manche ce qu'il est capable de faire. C'est vrai qu'il démarre depuis la 10e place, mais il y a des choses à faire, il y a des remontées à réaliser. Et surtout, on vous le disait en début d'intervention, il y a un homme à battre. Il s'appelle Mick Blankesport. Jusqu'à présent, il a pratiquement toujours marqué le maximum de points. C'était le cas notamment ici lors du rendez-vous d'ouverture à Mariembourg. Il avait aussi réussi à s'imposer du côté d'Austricourt lors de la finale. Et sinon, il a laissé la victoire au classement intermédiaire lors du meeting d'Austricourt. Mais jusqu'à présent, c'est pratiquement un parcours sans faute de la part du Néerlandais. Départ imminent dans cette catégorie et je vous laisse le vivre avec Alex.
Thank you, Simon. Right, Mick Blankesport and Maurice Istas took the wins in their respective classes in heat number 1 as we're geared up and ready for heat number 2. KA 100, 145 and 155 as they head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Sunshine on the circuit here on Sunday. The lights go out. We're underway and racing. Once again, good start by Mick Blankesport. And Maurice Istas dives to the inside, but there's a multi-card incident and 3 straight into the barriers off of turn number 1. One of which is Timio Riflar, one of which is 733 Leopold Fermen. Oh, and there's more dramas going into turn 3. 2 have tangled and both look like they're barrel arts.
Oh, quel départ mouvementé avec, on l'a vu, Timio Riflar impliqué dans cet accrochage au même titre que Léopold Fermen. Et puis derrière, 2 autres concurrents se sont accrochés dans le virage numéro 3 et ça continue d'être très très mouvementé dans le peloton, notamment à l'épingle du chemin de fer.
That's Paul Hornung, I'm afraid, the Luxembourger, who's trying to get the kart started. Didn't make the start for the first race, but has gotten away from turn 3. And I think it might have been an incident, possibly, well, I'm not too sure who. It looked like it was 2 Birrell lights. It could have been a Birrell Art and maybe a Charles Leclerc chassis. But we have got yellows in at turn number 1. No surprise because of the 2 karts struck against the wall. Timio Riflar and Leopold Fermen. It looks like Enzo Vituli was the 3rd kart that was involved, but managed to get going again.
Oui, et il y avait des drapeaux jaunes au niveau du premier virage, et donc à cet endroit-ci, pas de possibilité de dépassement.
Maurice Istas has tumbled.
Ah, Maurice Istas aussi, qui a été impliqué dans un de ces incidents. Ah, mauvaise nouvelle hein, pour celui qui se bat pour le titre dans la catégorie K100-155. Ouais, il est en plein duel hein, avec Toine Kurman. L'écart entre ces deux-là n'était que de 4 points et visiblement ce sera l'abandon pour Maurice Sistas. Très très mauvaise nouvelle pour Maurice Sistas. Ah, que c'est dommage. Et toujours ces drapeaux jaunes au premier virage, ça fait une opportunité de moins hein, pour dépasser pour l'instant, mais on l'a vu, les différentes cartes ont été enlevées de la zone dangereuse et donc a priori au prochain tour on aura un drapeau vert sur l'ensemble de ce tracé, mais très très mauvaise nouvelle pour Maurice Sistas. C'était peut-être lui hein, qui était, il était impliqué dans les incidents du premier tour. Mais est-ce que c'est dans le premier virage?
I think it might have been it looked like 733 to me, but Leopold Furman was involved, might have gotten the kart going again. Yes, Leopold Furman was one of them. Now let's see, who's the other one trying to get away? I'm trying to see. It looked like that was Enzo Vituli. So, right, maybe there was a fourth kart that went a bit wide out of turn one. So whether that was Maurice Sistas, he might have picked something, he might have been caught out. Yeah, I mean, it was a big hit. But the main thing is, all drivers are okay. That is the main thing about motorsport. Yes, we are concerned when an incident happens, but the main thing is the drivers are okay as far as we're aware. So Leopold Furman managed to get his kart out from underneath the barriers, whereas Timmy O'Riflots, the front end was stuck completely underneath the foam barrier, meaning he needed assistance. Whereas it looked like Leopold Furman was able to pull the kart back onto the circuit and got going again. So sometimes you do roll lucky number 7, especially if your name's Leopold Furman, but if your name is Timmy O'Riflot, unfortunately you have rolled snake eyes.
6 minutes et un tour dans cette manche qualificative avec le même scénario qui se profile hein, par rapport à la manche numéro 1, c'est-à-dire un Mick Blanquesport qui va creuser l'écart et qui sera sans danger dans cette manche qualificative. Par contre, derrière, cette fois-ci, il y a pas mal de suspense pour la deuxième position avec, vous le voyez, un peloton de 4 pilotes qui sont en train de se disputer cette deuxième position avec Arthur Matagne qui passe à l'attaque au virage numéro 3 sur Félix De Decker et c'est passé pour Arthur Matagne. Très belle manœuvre de dépassement et j'ai envie de dire il était temps parce que derrière ça revenait notamment avec Paul Hersin et Kiana Yoli-Optov.
Yeah, who's just gone up the inside and that was the chemin de fer on Paul Hersin. They're having to get through on Paul Hornung, who is being shown the blue flag by the marshals because Hornung is running at a very, very slow pace.
Et ça continue de se bagarrer avec une nouvelle position de gagner par l'un des pilotes. Alors qui
Kiana Yoli-Optov, she
ouais,
got through again.
Kiana Yoli-Optov, ouais, qui est passé en 3e position devant Félix De Decker. Et puis derrière, on a Paul Hersin et It's Postumus qui passe devant Paul Hersin pour le gain de la 5e position. À 500 balles dans cette manche qualificative, non pas pour la victoire, mais pour les places d'honneur.
Yeah, and now Kiana Yoli-Optov just showing a clean pair of racing boots to the rest of the people behind her, and that is an absolutely storming drive by Kiana Yoli-Optov. She's moved up 10 places and now is trying to close in on Arthur Matagne. Meantime, Mick Blanquesport is on course for what is going to be his 4th maximum score of the series here in Iame Series Benelux. At the opening round, a 100% perfect score. At round 2, it was 3rd and the victory. But now with 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, here goes his Postumus up the inside of Felix De Decker, who counterattacks instantly through on the apex at turn 1, retakes 4th position, does the 709 from Belgium.
Nouveau duel ici avec Félix de Decker qui doit défendre sa position par rapport à Hitz Postumus, le pilote néerlandais qui avait signé un très bon chrono lors des essais qualificatifs, deuxième temps, et qui ensuite a connu quelques manches plus délicates. Et le contact là entre Hitz Postumus et
Here comes Paul Hessart up the
Félix.
inside, he's got him.
Ouais. Et c'est qui? Paul Hersin qui vient se mettre là devant Félix de Decker. Ah, ça s'est animé aussi à ce niveau-là. Et donc, Hitz Postumus, on le disait, manche un peu plus compliquée que les essais qualificatifs, avec chaque fois quelques positions perdues dans les premiers tours. Et lors de la manche précédente, il s'était fait surprendre, on s'en souvient, au virage numéro 3. Il avait mordu un petit peu dans l'herbe et était parti à la faute. Et donc ici, il est en train d'essayer de sauver les meubles dans cette manche qualificative, essayer de prendre le moins de points possible pour ne pas partir trop loin dans la finale. Et donc pour l'instant, on a eh bien, les trois premiers qui sont partis devant. Mick Blankesport, n'en parlons pas, il a plus de 4 secondes d'avance. Et puis on a Arthur Matan et Kiano Yolioptov. Attention à la lady du peloton qui pourrait encore revenir pour aller subtiliser la deuxième position. C'est pas encore fini à ce niveau-là.
No, she finished 5th in the opening heat on the Falcon chassis. Running with DFK, and now has an opportunity to close on in and pass Arthur Matagne as we hit the last 2.25 minutes, plus an additional lap of the last KA 100 qualifying heat of the season. Mick Blankesport goes on to lap number 9 with a 4.4 second advantage, and the battle between Hersin and De Decker, who are second, and well, Hersin's second in the championship, De Decker third, and they are 1 point apart at this moment. So more to the point, Mick Blankesport has a 22-point advantage at this point in the championship, but this could be slightly further extended, bearing in mind that De Decker finished 7th in the opening heat, Hersin finished 10th. So depending on where this puts them after the qualifying heats will be very crucial. But Mick Blankesport doing exactly what he needed to do, got the start perfectly timed and got away into the distance whilst everyone else was battling on the scraps, over the scraps on the dinner table. And Blankesport goes across the line. There's going to be 3 more laps to go, including this one. And it's not done yet between Hersin and De Decker. De Decker up the inside, through at turn 1. Will Hersin counter-attack? No, not quite. He's ended up a couple of kart lengths behind on the run down to turn number 2. So, but Mick Blankesport won the opening heat by a comfortable margin. When I say comfortable, it was well over 3.4 seconds. He's on the way to possibly doubling that, because we've got 35 seconds on the timer left to go. So Mick Blankesport will be coming through the final sector. There he is. Through into the final right-hander he will go, and then up the hill. It's going to be tight on time, but it will be 2 more laps remaining. And Mick's auntie Helena is currently in YouTube chat as well, saying I'm cheering on my nephew. So 2 laps to go. Kiana Jolie-Optov. This will give her a really good helping hand in terms of the intermediate classification. As there goes a move on the 721 of Thibaut Wolfert. And at the moment, Tommy Sommers leading the way in 1:55, just a fraction ahead of Twan Kurman. That is the battle for P10, but more importantly, with Maurice Istas eliminated, that is for the class victory in 1:55. And Twan Kurman, at this point, only 4 points behind Maurice Istas. That could turn the tide to Twan Kurman's favour. But we've got 1 more lap to go. Powering up the hill for the penultimate time, Mick Blankesport for the Netherlands goes on to the last just under 1.4 kilometres. And he sweeps his way on the Comp Kart chassis. When the brand was released, the strapline was "Believe in the Fluoro." Well, that's something that Mick Blankesport has definitely found to his advantage. You cannot miss that chassis. White, blue, and bright radioactive green on that kart. Down into Chemin de Fer comes the Dutchman. And it's been a rather comfortable 2 wins in this final round of the KA 100 division for Iame Series Benelux. Only 3 race weekends and all scores count towards the championship. Mick Blankerspoor will park himself on pole position for the final. He's got match point in his hands, and now it's the wait later on to see if he takes it. He wins the race by a comfortable margin. The gap between him and Atamatagne will be 5.375 seconds. So that effectively means that Mick Blankerspoor will take a 4th maximum score of the series. Arthur Matagne will be P2. Kiana Joly opt off. That could put her on row 2 of the grid for the final later on. It's Posthumus in 4th, ahead of Felix de Decker, who came out on top between himself and Paul Hessin. Emile Dwerings, Thibault Wolfert, Twan Kurman takes the win in 1:55 ahead of, category stablemate Tommy Sommers. Enzo Vittori recovers to finish in 11th, ahead of Yannick Schmidt, with Rafael Prahash, Mika Kolokovic. Sana Ben Nassar, she gets across the line in 15th overall, ahead of Leopold Foman and Paul Hornung, who rounds out the 17th finishers. But unfortunately, Timmy O'Huifler found himself underneath the barriers off of turn 1, lap 1, and Maurice Eustace unfortunately retired after the opening lap, having suffered damage being caught out through that early incident. But Mick Blankerspoor and Twan Kurman, your winners in KA 100, 145 and 155.
Landing.
So we're going to go down to the interview zone, and standing by with Simon Mirguet is our double race winner for KA 100 145 from the Netherlands, Mick Blankerspoor. Simon, let's hand it back down to you, buddy.
En we zijn met de winnaar van de tweede manche in de K100-klasse. Mick Blankerspoor, wat een perfect weekend voor het moment voor jou.
Ja, ging op zich ook wel heel goed. We hebben voor afgelopen weekend misten we een beetje pace. Die hebben we nu weer gewoon teruggevonden. Dus, ja, goed.
Wat kunnen we zeggen over de manche en kwalificatie ook?
Ja, eigenlijk ging gewoon goed. Niet veel fouten gemaakt. En ja, gewoon, het ging eigenlijk best goed.
Ja, en voor het moment, dat is een goede operatie voor het kampioenschap.
Ja, winnen.
Ja. Winnen. En ce sera donc le mot de la fin, ce sera de gagner ce championnat donc pour Mick Blankerspoor qui est bien parti pour le remporter dans la catégorie K100 145. Il est dominateur jusqu'ici et il espère à nouveau briller lors de la finale. Dans quelques instants, eh bien, place à la catégorie X30 Senior Cup et X30 Master avec vous, Alex.
Well, good to hear there from Mick Blankerspoor, one step away from becoming the KA 100 145 champion. Obviously, with what has happened with Twan Kurman and Maurice Eustace, I think that might signal a shift in the winds of change. But we are awaiting for results to come through, and then we'll have the respective qualifying heat scores. There you see the starting gantry, where we have our man on standby, ready to let the lights go out or signal a full start. depending on how things go with how the drivers line up. But very shortly, we're going to go to our penultimate qualifying heat of the 2025 Iame Series Benelux season. And it is going to be X30 Master Senior Cup. Gentlemen, Heat 2 up very shortly. Now let's take you through the starting grid with regards to X30 Master, Senior Cup and Gentlemen. It's going to be Noah Mengal on pole position with François-Xavier Venet alongside for close company. Mathieu Delboeuf and also Simon Hemelin round out row number 2. Sky de Forny and then Noah Hubert round out row number 3. Bjorn Verham and Jasper Lenitz round out row 4 with Leon Leinsfeld and Maxim van Schoenwinkel completing your top 10. Mathis Blankert and Vincenzo Schilacci round out the top 12. Delano Deckers, Max Storm, Michael Honey, Marius Schurman and Julian Ramos round out your starting grid. So after this, we will have one more race to go for the qualifying heats in 2025. It will be Mini A versus B, heat number 3. And then at 16:35, we will start with our finals, the last 4 finals of the championship season. And then afterwards, we will then celebrate our champions, our winners of the weekend, and also hand out some Iame Warriors final tickets and some welcome prizes at our end of season presentation later on today. But Noah Mengal took the win in the opening heat here at Mariembourg, but it is going to be the case of who can topple the man from RSD Karting. Of course, we've seen some great battles between him and Mathieu Delboeuf, who is the outgoing Senior Cup champion from last year. And I don't know who to hedge my bets on, but Noah Mengal being on pole position, that's the perfect place to be. But François-Xavier Venet is going to have to react quickly to how the start is going to play out. 10 minutes plus an additional lap here in this penultimate qualifying heat of the season. Simon Mirguet, let's hand over to you for the start, my friend.
Merci Alex. Transition donc faite parfaitement pour ce départ qui est imminent avec Noah Mengal qui est pour l'instant en train de réaliser le week-end parfait dans cette Senior Cup où il vise encore le titre de champion, tout comme François-Xavier Venet. Mais ce n'est pas tout puisque un autre pilote est capable d'aller chercher ce titre également. Il faudra donc se battre jusqu'au bout. Sky de Fourny aussi dans la course avec le bon départ ici de Noah Mengal devant Mathieu Delboeuf qui lui est assuré du titre dans la catégorie X30 Master. Regardez, derrière ça se bat pour la 3e position avec les 2 leaders qui sont en train déjà de creuser un petit écart. Alors on sait que ces écarts ne sont jamais définitifs dans ces courses de karting, mais c'est déjà important. Vaut mieux prendre un peu d'avance que d'avoir un peu de retard. Et pour l'instant, la 3e place est à mettre à l'actif de Sky de Fourny, il me semble, devant François-Xavier Venet. 4e place pour le pilote français.
So early doors, the 2 at the front end of the field now starting to pull away. And when you think about it, François-Xavier Venet leads the standings. But bearing in mind that I'm going to bring this point up now. A certain individual by the name of Noah Mengal who has started now. Now the thing is, I don't know what's happened here with the top. I'm just going to refresh.
Oui, on a un problème visiblement de cellule, oui, de transpondeur, parce que effectivement Noah Mengal n'est pas signalé dans le haut du classement alors qu'il est bel et bien en tête. On le voit ici devant Mathieu Delboeuf. Et voilà, c'est résolu. Le problème est résolu et ça s'affiche également sur vos écrans.
Yeah, And behind him, I think, is François-Xavier Vinet, I would believe, because they were on the front row together. But oh, look at that, 3 wide going through the penultimate right-hander. This is not going to end up well if you're going to do that, scrambling like that. 7 karts in a line, and it's 3 wide at the back of it, going up the hill. 2x2 Noah's Ark style at the back end of the train. That just quickly shows how things have changed. Well, the big thing is Mathieu Delboeuf now up into P2. I remember when him and Noah Mengel had that great battle. I think it was round 3 at Karting Genk. They were wheel to wheel at times. It was kind of a bit like Timo Glock and Gary Paffett back in the DTM in 2018, where they were wheel to wheel for 50 kilometres around Hockenheim, which is about 5 or 6. Well, it was about 25 Ks. They did a really, really good job, but we've seen it before with Delboeuf and Mengel. They do like to compete against one another, even though Mathieu Delboeuf has been forced through the fact that the cap on Senior Cup is now 29 years of age. Delboeuf can still give as good as he can get, and he's closing in on Noah Mengel. We've got 7 minutes plus an additional lap of this qualifying heat remaining, and I'm sure that Chinese fireworks might be lit shortly if Mathieu Delboeuf finds room to get through on Noah Mengel, because it will happen, I'm sure of it.
Oui, pour l'instant, les 2 leaders qui sont en train de gérer un petit peu leur avance, mais attention, parce que derrière, ça revient avec Sky de Fourny qui est en pleine forme, 56,082. Meilleur tour absolu dans cette manche qualificative pour le pilote néerlandais qui emmène avec lui François-Xavier Venet. Ça revient sur les 2 leaders qui sont pour l'instant en train de gérer. Noah Mengel devant Mathieu Delboeuf. Il ne boxe pas dans la même catégorie. Senior Cup pour Noah Mengel, Master pour Mathieu Delboeuf. Donc pour l'instant, ils sont assurés de marquer le maximum de points, enfin le minimum de points dans leur classe. Et donc ça, c'est plutôt bien fait pour l'instant. Parce que évidemment, moins on marque de points dans les manches qualificatives, au mieux on sera classé pour la finale et au plus on marquera de points au classement intermédiaire. J'espère que vous me suivez. Et derrière, effectivement, on essaye de revenir petit à petit pour aller chercher ces places qui peuvent vous faire gagner l'une ou l'autre position au niveau du classement de la finale. François-Xavier Venet qui passe, qui passe devant à l'épingle du chemin de fer et qui contraint Sky de Fourny à aller visiter l'herbe qui se fait d'ailleurs passer maintenant par Björn Veram. Björn Veram qui est passé en 4e position. Sky de Fourny qui, pour le coup, a essayé de faire de la résistance face à François-Xavier Venet. Et malheureusement, il a dû passer dans l'herbe. Pas bon du tout pour les pneumatiques.
That was the Joker lap coming out of Chemin de Fer by Sky de Fourny. That was a Code Brown moment right there for the 677 for the TD Kart Racing team. But was lucky to get away with it. Lost out to Björn Verham and François-Xavier Venet. This time Björn Verham not getting caught up in any instance through none of his own making, like we did see last time. Madestrom and Simon Hemelin did not take to the start. And look at this gaggle here. That's being led by Vincenzo Schilacci, Maxim van Schoenwinkel, Noah Hubert, Max Storm rounding out that. So Schilacci running on the TB kart. Of course, the very bright green and white livery on that TB kart chassis. So they make their way through into the right-hander, and then it's up the hill they go. So Schilacci currently P3 at the moment on the field here at Mariembourg in the Masters class, in the Masters side of things. But in the Masters classification, he is quite a way back behind Mathieu Delboeuf in the running order of things, and he's just been passed, has Schilacci, and that was Maxim van Schoenwinkel that got through.
Oui, on vient de voir le dépassement de Maxim van Schoenwinkel sur Vincenzo Schilacci qui roule désormais sous les couleurs TB Kart, et il est sous la menace de Noah Hubert. Noah Hubert qui avait connu un superbe week-end le week-end dernier dans le cadre de la GK4 Kart Series et qui ici retrouve un peloton qui visiblement lui donne du fil à retordre puisqu'il est ici en bagarre dans le top 10. Et pour l'instant, il va peut-être profiter de l'aspiration pour passer devant Vincenzo Schilacci. Mais ce ne sera pas pour ce tour-ci. Vincenzo Schilacci qui pour l'instant conserve cette 8e position devant Noah Hubert. À l'avant-poste, eh bien, on a toujours Noah Mangal devant Mathieu Delboeuf. Le dépassement tout à l'heure de François-Xavier Venet sur Sky de Fourny a fait leurs affaires, ces deux-là qui sont en train de gérer cette avance qu'ils ont. Alors ils ont une seconde pleine sur François-Xavier Venet, ce qui n'est pas énorme mais suffisant pour ne pas devoir attaquer trop et surtout attaquer trop fort pour éviter de surchauffer par exemple les pneumatiques, ce qui peut avoir évidemment des conséquences sur cette fin de course. 2 minutes 30 et un tour et pour l'instant eh bien, le week-end parfait qui se poursuit pour Noah Mangal.
Yeah, Noah Mangal doing a great job, and with having Mathieu Delboeuf in tow is not a bad thing, because Mangal knows that there's one car between him and current Senior Cup Championship leader. Well, there's a little bit of argy-bargy. That's between Vincenzo Schilacci and Max Storm. Max Storm has gotten through on the 477 Masters entry. So this is going to help Noah Mangal no end, because at this rate he will be on a maximum score of 80 points, let's not forget, in the Senior Cup division. François-Xavier Venet will place a little bit lower than that because he didn't have the best opening heat of the weekend. Let's be completely truthful about that one. And François-Xavier Venet finished in 4th overall, but that would be P3 in the Senior Cup rankings. So now where is Sky de Fourny? He'll actually put François-Xavier Venet second in the Senior Cup rankings, ahead of Sky de Fourny. And when you think about it, coming into this, 5.93 for François-Xavier Venet, 5.88 for Sky de Fourny, 5.72 for Leon Leinsveld. And at the moment, well, Noah Hubert, Noah Mangal on 4.52. Now, bearing in mind, Noah Mangal has got a double no score because he didn't attend the opening round at Genk, which now will blow this championship pretty much wide open because he'll have zero no scores to worry about. What he can concentrate on is doing his level best and picking up the win in the final later on. But 2 laps to go. Mathieu Delboeuf, I hear the Jaws music ringing in my ears again. Careful, you two. Remember what happened last time you nearly came to blows.
Oui, pour l'instant, Mathieu Delboeuf qui reste prudemment derrière Noah Mangal. Ben oui, il n'a rien à gagner au niveau de la catégorie X30 Master. Et il a très bien géré cela jusqu'à présent. Et on sait que ce pilote peut faire preuve d'intelligence dans ces moments-ci. D'autant qu'il n'est pas sous la menace directe d'un de ses concurrents. Puisque derrière on a François-Xavier Venet, même si le Français venait à revenir et venait à repasser Delboeuf, ça ne changerait rien au niveau du classement de la catégorie X30 Master. Ce serait simplement un changement de position au niveau du classement général et on a l'impression que cette manche qualificative va se terminer comme ceci, avec Noah Mangal en première position devant Mathieu Delboeuf et François-Xavier Venet, qui a toutefois réalisé de très bons chronos, hein, 55-700. C'est lui qui a été le plus rapide durant cette séance et son dernier tour est d'ailleurs très proche de ce meilleur chrono, 55-747. On est vraiment sur une régularité très impressionnante du côté des pilotes de tête.
Yeah, all 4 of them have just... yeah, 55.7 for Mangal, high 55.8 for... Delboeuf, mid 55.7 for Venet, Vaham low 55.9. But it's all going to come down to the final corner. Noah Mangal will put himself into the title fight here this afternoon as he comes over the hill across the line. Mangal wins Senior Cup. Delboeuf 1 step away of Masters glory in 2025. Venet still has that window. He takes P3, that's second in Senior Cup ahead of Bjorn Verham, Sky de Fourny, Jasper Leenerts, Maxime van Schoenwinkel, Noah Hubert, Max Storm, Vincenzo Schilacci, Delano Deckers, Leon Leinsveld, Mathis Blankert, Michael Honnet and Julian Ramos round out the 15 finishers. Simon Hemelin and Marith Schurman did not take the start, but Michael Honnet at this point in time, I think will be very, very happy, because that effectively means he is the top gentleman for 2025, give or take. He's the only one that made it here this weekend. No Quentin Henry, no Stefan Marcione. So, but Michael Honnet has been here. No Jan Van Asch. Bjorn Verham actually classed as a Masters driver. So that could put him into contention maybe for the top three in the podium. But that is it for X30 Master Senior Cup and Gentlemen. We've got one more qualifying heat to go. And in about 15 minutes' time, we'll go trackside for Mini Heat 3. A versus B to round out the qualifying heats for 2025.
Home point updated. Home point updated.
Voilà de retour pour cette dernière manche qualificative de la catégorie mini. Vous découvrez la grille de départ à l'instant devant vous avec en pole position un certain Lewis Boats qui aura à ses côtés Julian van de Kotterlet. Deuxième ligne pour Di de Derdal et Georges de Smet. La troisième sera occupée par Marcus Enganassen et Arthur Jassogne. La septième position pour Dorian Grandjean. Luis Paternot s'élancera depuis le 8e rang. 9e position pour Mathis Pissens. La 10e pour Thiago Nink. On retrouvera en dehors du top 10 Edouard Berger et Joshua Lorissen, Toby Torrar, Adriana Kumbo, Luterio Fernandez, Axel Lenders. Et puis on retrouvera également 17e position pour François Collignon, 18e place pour Philippe Massard, la 19e pour Musab Berak Baba et ensuite on retrouvera à la 20e place Thiago Ourelbeek, à la 21e Tom Grosjean et enfin Maxime Van Kraan à la 22e place. Voilà, c'est la dernière manche qualificative de cette catégorie mini qui est très disputée depuis le début de cette journée. On a vu des courses palpitantes, notamment tout à l'heure, avec un finish qui s'est joué vraiment à la photo, on peut le dire, avec pas moins de 8 cartes regroupées en quelques centièmes, en quelques dixièmes de seconde. Ça aurait pu basculer pour l'un ou pour l'autre.
But there was a big revision in heat number 2. Milan Beku hits with a 5-second time penalty, dumping the Eichmann's Grand Prix driver all the way down to what eventually became 14th position. Now he has the agonising weight of seeing where he ends up in the points when it comes to the ranking after the qualifying heats, which sets the grid for the final. Of course, 33 drivers, all 33 will go through to the final later on because we do not have more than 36 drivers. We've had subscriptions of over 40 plus this year. But Didi Dadali, the man starting on the inside of the second row, the driver with Belgium Racing, took the win. If he gets this, it will be on pole position for the final, and then the scrap will truly begin for the championship title. Last year, Noah Grenier was the mini champion. Who is going to be the champion in 2025? We'll find out on the last race of the season, but we go. Revs up, lights on here for the final qualifying heat for Mini for 2025. It's a full start. Full start has been called. They're going to send them around for another lap.
Oui, faux départ dans cette manche qualificative. On le disait en anglais avec Alex. C'est vrai qu'on a vécu des courses palpitantes, des manches qualificatives palpitantes dans cette catégorie mini. Mais il y a eu forcément, après l'arrivée, des décisions qui sont tombées au niveau de certains pilotes et certains ont été pénalisés et donc rétrogradés dans la hiérarchie. C'est le cas notamment, on en parlait il y a quelques instants, de Milan Beku qui devra s'élancer d'un peu plus loin que prévu sur la grille de départ de la finale. Lui qui avait pourtant réalisé de bons résultats dans l'ensemble. Et donc il faudra voir effectivement ce qu'il se passe dans cette manche qualificative pour déterminer cette fameuse grille de départ. Vous connaissez le principe, les manches qualificatives déterminent un classement intermédiaire et c'est ce classement intermédiaire qui détermine la grille de départ et qui permet une première attribution de points lors du week-end, 2 attributions de points pour chaque week-end, une fois après les manches qualificatives avec le classement intermédiaire et une fois après la finale qui clôture généralement le week-end en beauté. C'est la course à ne pas manquer puisque c'est cette course aussi qui permet de déterminer le vainqueur du week-end, même si parfois le vainqueur de la finale n'est pas toujours celui qui repart en tête du championnat, par exemple lors du premier rendez-vous de la saison. Allez, cette fois-ci, on espère que tout va bien se dérouler pour ce départ. Fingers crossed, comme on dit en anglais.
Ouais.
Et les pilotes qui ont désormais une allure plus réduite pour lancer ces hostilités. Attention à ne pas sortir de son couloir de départ, parce que ça, c'est une sanction d'office. Et cette fois-ci, on est bel et bien parti. C'est parti pour cette course, 9 minutes et un tour avec un accrochage. Ouais, un accrochage. Et ce pilote qui va finir sa course contre le mur de pneus, mais à une vitesse réduite. Alors, de qui est-ce qu'il s'agit?
Possibly Arthur Jassogne, maybe. I did see a 3 at the end of the number, and that's the only one that I've seen on the grid. So Arthur Jassogne might have been in drama on that particular occasion. I will have a little look back through the footage to see what happened there, Simon.
Oui, et pendant ce temps-là, on va suivre ce qu'il se passe dans ce peloton. Un peloton de 22 pilotes avec un kart effectivement qui restait coincé au virage numéro 1. Vous l'avez vu sur les images. Pendant ce temps, eh bien, c'est un Dit de Dordal à nouveau qui fait la course en tête. On l'a eu tout à l'heure au finish à l'arrivée et on a pu lui demander ses impressions et il se sentait plutôt bien. Il avait vécu une première course assez agitée et ici eh bien, il remet le couvert en se battant pour la première place, mais il était clair dans ses ambitions en disant je suis ici pour gagner. Et on a désormais la confirmation que tout à l'heure c'est Arthur Jassogne qui avait été impliqué dans cet accrochage au premier virage.
I think it might have been Philip Massard that might have had contact with him as well in the 8-11. But the Luxembourg are able to continue. Didala holding on to the race lead. Julien van der Cotelet, Lewis Boots, they're all waiting the wings. So is Dorian Grosjean, Marcus Engenassen, who at the moment is currently was P2 in the previous heat. So his previous heat. So if he gets up to second position, it'll be the Belgian versus the Norwegian on the front row of the grid. But of course now Milan Beku has a little bit of an agonising wait, because once this race is completed, then once the confirmation comes through of the rankings after the qualifying heats, then Beku will probably have his worst drop score of the season so far. Meantime, Julian van der Kotelet through on Lewis Boots. That's for second. Didi Dodala has opened up a lead of about 0.3 of a second in the meantime. So the Belgian from Belgium Racing is trying to see if he can motor away whilst everyone behind him starts scrapping.
Oui, la situation qui tend en tout cas à se décanter, même si il y a encore de très grosses bagarres, notamment entre Lewis Boots et Julian van der Kotelet pour l'instant. Et c'est derrière Dorian Grosjean qui est aussi en très grosse bagarre avec notamment Mathis Pissens et Marcus Engenassen. Mathis Pissens qui a gagné une position encore. Superbe remontée pour Mathis Pissens qui avait déjà gagné 3 positions. Il vient d'en gagner une 4e dans ce tour-ci. Et ce n'est peut-être pas terminé.
And there's a little bit of a clash between two drivers, which gives someone else the opportunity. That's going to be Adriana Kumbo getting through either on Luterian Fernandez or Joshua Lorison through the final corner. Julian van der Kotelet, new fastest lap of the race, 1:03.107. And that was only 0.004 quicker than the race leader. Gap now 3.2 of a second as we are fast approaching 5.5 minutes plus an additional lap. Look at the scurrying behind George Dismay against Edouard Berger for 7th position. And Dismay holds on. Toby Terhar, the youngster in the 844 who ran the 944 in Mini Rookie last year, now moving up a class, has got Thiago Onink, Luterian Fernandez, Adriano Kumbo. Joshua Lorison was the driver that missed out to the 846 from Belgium. Musabira Akbaba currently up to 14th place as things stand. So there's still a possibility that some of these drivers will make their moves in the latter stages. Now, bearing in mind, Musabira Akbaba was running a Mini Rookie up until this round. and has moved up to minis ahead of next season. So to get some understanding of the class, how they race, that helps with what would be a steep learning curve normally during the winter period. I don't call it off-season anymore because there is no off-season in motorsport. Motorsport runs 365 days, 12 months of the year, day in, day out. So there's no rest for the wicked, so to speak. But Lewis Boots really closing in on Julian van der Kottelet. Didi Didal is still holding on for the race lead, but there is a change as Marcus Engedassen gets through on Dorian Grandjean. Also, Georges Desmay has got through and round the outside. That was Dorian Grandjean, I believe, on Edouard Berger in the 850. So they managed to keep out of harm's way going through the Pif-Paf chicane in towards. There's going to be a change here, though, up the inside. Well, there was an attempt there by, I think it would have been Georges Desmay on Marcus Engedassen, because Lewis Boots is at the back end of the top three, and they're covered by 3/10 as we go on to lap 6 with 3.5 minutes to go.
Très grosse bagarre en tête, hein. Vous le voyez avec Dido Dordal qui a vu revenir dans son échappement Julian van de Kotterlet et Lewis Boots qui sont pour l'instant deuxième et troisième. Quatrième place pour Mathis Pissen. C'est derrière, très grosse bagarre avec notamment Marcus Engedassen et Georges Desmet. Ah, ça se bagarre là pour la 5e position. Mathis Pissens quelque peu isolé en 4e place. Et devant, ça ne se bagarre pour l'instant pas, mais ça pourrait ne pas tarder, hein. Il reste assez peu de temps dans cette manche qualificative. On est passé à moins de 3 minutes du temps réglementaire, ce qui veut dire qu'il y a encore quelques possibilités de dépassement, mais il n'y en aura plus des tonnes. Alors que derrière, c'est toujours la grosse bagarre là entre équipiers, entre Georges Desmet et Marcus Engedassen. Avec l'attaque qui se produisait juste derrière nous. Et voilà, c'est, je pense, peut-être bien passé pour Georges Desmet cette fois-ci.
Yeah, looks to be the case, having got through on Marcus Engedassen. But those two Falcon drivers are the corks in the bottle. Oh, bit of a squeeze going on here. That's not what you want to do down into turn 4. And that was right at the back end of the train. So a couple of drivers compromises a direct correlation to that occurring. But with 2 minutes to go, you've got the battle for the top 3. You've then got Mathis Piessens on his own, Billy No Mates. And then you've got the 3-way battle behind them. So a big, big battle at the front end of the field for what would be the race victory, but also for Didi Didal. He has been at the front end of the field. He's not felt under pressure once. He's kept a calm, young, mature head on cool shoulders, and it's showing. He's now going to go through, but here comes Lewis Boots up the inside of Julian van der Kottelet, and that is a change with 1.5 minutes to go on lap 8 through turn 1.
Un changement de position entre Julian van der Kottelet et Lewis Boots, puisqu'on a eu un changement, un dépassement pour la 2e position. Tout profit pour Dido Dordal qui a repris quelques centimètres d'avance, mais il n'aura pas le temps de respirer, hein, le pilote belge, celui qui était déjà vainqueur d'une des manches qualificatives tout à l'heure. Oui, ça va être assez compliqué de tenir le coup, mais il en est évidemment totalement capable. C'est lui qui a signé le meilleur tour en course lors du dernier tour, 1.02.616. Il faut savoir que les pilotes derrière lui profitent de l'aspiration et donc lui est quelque peu pour l'instant désavantagé, même s'il a la piste ouverte devant lui, la voie claire, la voie libre. Alors que derrière, eh bien, ce n'est peut-être pas terminé entre Lewis Boots et Julian van der Kottelet, hein, puisque Lewis Boots est toujours en 2e position. Mais Julian van der Kottelet s'est vu passer il y a quelques instants et ça ne lui a peut-être pas plu. Attention à rester aussi vigilant, ne pas prendre trop de risques. On sait que Julian van der Kottelet est arrivé ici à la 3e place du classement du championnat et donc c'est une belle position en fin d'année qui l'attend. Il ne faudrait pas réduire à néant tout le travail que l'on a réalisé durant l'année. Julian van der Kottelet qui court après une première victoire cette saison dans cette Iame Series Benelux. C'est vrai qu'il est déjà monté sur le podium cette année. C'était ici même à Mariembourg lors du rendez-vous inaugural de la saison. Mais il aimerait enfin s'imposer dans cette catégorie, Julian van de Cotterlet, que l'on retrouvera très certainement parmi les candidats à la victoire lors de la finale. Alex, on est rentré dans le dernier tour avec toujours ce top 3 inchangé pour l'instant, mais un top 3 qui va se bagarrer jusqu'au bout.
Yeah, coming down to the last, we're now on the last lap, and Didi Dadala is doing a really good job. Lewis Boots defends, going into turn 3, ahead of Julian van der Cotterlet. Van der Cotterlet gets the slipstream down into 4, and now it's the run down into turns 5 and 6 on the run down to Chemin de Fer for the final time. Lewis Boots looking for possibly to sneak his nose up the inside of Didi Dadala, who closes it off nicely by holding on to the racing line. Because Didi Dadala is leading, he has the right of way of doing so. Out of Escargot for the final time. It could be a run to the line here as they come out of the penultimate corner into the final right-hander. Lewis Boots again was looking to stick his nose up the inside, but it's the powering up the hill. What waft have they got to draw them along? It's going to be Didi Dadala with the double. He puts himself on pole position for the final later on. Lewis Boots takes second. Julian van der Cotterlet P3. 0.305 of a second. Covering the top 3, Lewis Boots picks up the fastest lap of the race. Mathis Piessens, Marcus Engenassen, Georges Desmay, Edouard Berger, Dorian Grandjean, Thiago Onink and Toby Terhar round out your top 10. Joshua Lorison, Louis Peternot, Musabera Akbaba, Luterian Fernandez, Adriana Kumbo, Francois Collignon, Axel Leenders, Thiago Horlebeek, Philippe Massard, Tom Grosjean, Maxime Von Crane round out the finishers. And unfortunately, on lap 1, it all went wrong for the 843 of Arthur Jassogne. That is the final qualifying heat of Iame Series Benelux 2025. Join us in a couple of minutes' time when we go to the finals.
Landing. Home point updated. Takeoff. Home point updated.
Mesdames et messieurs, le moment tant attendu de cette journée de dimanche, le moment des finales évidemment, avec pour commencer la catégorie mini-rookie qui s'était lancée pour le tour de chauffe et le tour de formation. La grille de départ, vous la découvrez. Milan de Reuth s'élancera depuis la pole position avec à ses côtés Bruce Chirino, bien parti pour l'instant pour aller décrocher ce titre de champion. Mais derrière, il aura ses deux autres prétendants au titre, Elohan Poissonnet et Isaac Elaouti sur la deuxième ligne. La troisième sera occupée par Lucas van der Heeren et Gilles De Waal. La septième position pour Kian Tenave devant Matt Cooper. 9e place pour Maxime Smet, la 10e pour Andrea Grelot, suivi de Deli Bruce Herkelens, Raphaël Ardouin, Lee Wella Towers pour la 13e position, Lewis de Rieder pour la 14e, 15e place pour Bilyanov Arada, 16e position pour Maxime Ball, la 17e pour Leonard Herman, la 18e pour Thiago Oliveira Antunes et la 19e pour Pelle De Vries. On retrouvera ensuite Bos van der Meulen pour compléter le top 20 et enfin 3 autres pilotes annoncés sur cette grille de départ. 21e place pour Ferré Lapère, 22e position pour Nathan Skos et 23e place pour William Sitio. Voilà pour cette grille de départ complète donc pour cette catégorie mini-rookie. Le programme, eh bien, c'est 11 minutes et 2 tours dans cette finale. En attendant, vous découvrez le classement provisoire du championnat avec Isaac Elaouti en tête, mais de peu devant Bruce Chirino et Elohan Poissonnet. On rappelle qu'à la fin de cette saison, on prendra les 10 meilleurs résultats et on retirera les 2 moins bons. Donc on comptabilisera les 8 meilleurs résultats pour déterminer le classement final de ce championnat. Attention, un pilote, je pense, qui est sorti dans ce tour de chauffe et de formation, ou en tout cas qui a rencontré de sérieux soucis. Et je n'ai pas su voir de qui il s'agissait, mais en tout cas...
I got no idea either, but that is Where is that? Is that turn? That's possibly. That is going to be turn 1. Yes, that is turn 1. Oh, there's been an. Right. There's a couple of karts there as well. Right. Let's see. Okay. Are we going to go for a start here at the final? Yes, we are. They are letting them go. They are racing. So the biggest thing is this is going to change the dynamic possibly of the championship. I'm wondering who has fallen by the wayside as they go through. Milan de Ruyt is leading the way. It's 11 minutes plus an additional lap.
Oh, attention, derrière, ça a touché.
Oh,
ça a
no.
touché au niveau de la 5e position. Attention, et plusieurs pilotes qui se sont accrochés, qui sont dans les pneus là, en arrivant au freinage du virage du raccordement. Ah, ça s'est passé assez tôt hein, dans le peloton. Au niveau de la 5e place, et puis il y a eu des accrochages en chaîne et encore un pilote en difficulté, le numéro 971, c'est Nathan Schreurs.
Nathan Schreurs having a bit of difficulty, but once we cross the line now, look at the battle for second and third. That is going to be Bruce Chirino diving to the inside of Eloan Poissonnet. Now remember, coming into this race, it was Isaac El Houti. Now the thing is El Houti circulating? Because if he is not, that is him out of the race. And it is Milan de Ruyt, Bruce Chirino, Eloan Poissonnet. And I think that is, now hang on a second, I think Isaac El Houti is out. He might have been the driver straight on at turn 1 that we couldn't have picked out. And I haven't seen him break the timing beam. There were 2 karts involved. So that now means anything is possible. But if that is a 0 finish, that is effectively Isaac El Haouti's worst score, and that could put him well out of reach. Oh, there's more drama. Look, 9:30, Ferry Lepere, and also 9:28, Luis de Rida. This race has started to get a lot of casualties to it. A little bit of attrition here. So Isaac El Haouti, we have not seen cross the line once at all in this race. So Milan de Ruyt, Bruce Chirino. Now there you see a little bit of scramble here. It is starting to get a little bit darker outside, but I cannot see any. It's the wind that is picking up, but we are still pretty much dry on the circuit here. So that's a very, very good thing. Yes, look, on the timing screen, even though I've had to refresh it a couple of times, Isaac El Haouti did not make it to the start of the race. So Bruce Chirino is now chasing down after Milan de Ruyt, and there's someone in the middle of there's a battle here being led by Matt Cupper. That is Louis Letowers just behind. So this is going, Isaac El Haouti is not in this race. Isaac El Haouti is not in this race, and I think for very, very good reason. Does not want to, would go out onto the circuit and would decide maybe to keep the kart out of harm's way. That's how you can secure a championship, because at the end of it, 22, I mean, the thing is that if he's classed as a non-starter, that's 0 points. If it's classed as 22nd, that is 53 points, which still would be his worst score of the year. But we'll keep you updated with the live championship standings as they happen once we get the information. So Milan de Ruyt, Bruce Chirino et al. Are battling away at the sharp end of the field. So Ferry Lepere and Luis de Rida are out. We're down to 19 runners and riders. And Milan de Ruyt is looking for a clean sweep in the final round of the championship season. But he's got to be careful, because Bruce Chirino is a quarter of a second behind. They're going up the hill as we speak.
Oui, quel début de finale assez agité, avec des informations très importantes à vous faire remonter. Isaac El Haouti qui n'a donc pas pris, qui n'a pas effectué le moindre tour dans cette manche, et donc c'est un candidat au titre qui voit sa finale se passer comme un cauchemar finalement. Derrière, on a eu aussi l'abandon pour Lewis de Ridder et pour faire la paire. Devant, Milan de Ruyt est parti devant avec Bruce Chirino. Bruce Chirino en bagarre là avec le leader. Il a signé le meilleur tour en course hein, lors du précédent pointage 1.02 763. Il est en forme Bruce Chirino pour l'instant. Et derrière, on ne parvient pas à suivre avec Eloane Poissonnet, légèrement décroché, 1 seconde 4 de retard par rapport au leader. Lucas van der Heyren est un petit peu derrière en 4e position. Le top 5 pour l'instant complété par Matt Cooper, mais on revient sur ces deux leaders avec peut-être un dépassement de Bruce Chirino, le premier changement de leader de cette finale. Milan de Ruyt qui a tout dominé depuis ce début de week-end et qui est désormais mis en difficulté par Bruce Chirino qui va passer au deuxième virage.
That could be the move that might put Chirino into pole position for the championship standings. 5.5 minutes to go, and finally the Milan de Ruyt roadblock has been broken through by Bruce Chirino. Incredible timing by the youngster from the Netherlands on the Henze Racing chassis. And he now has a slender, and by slender I mean not even a kart length. Bruce Chirino now has about 6 minutes to try and keep that kart in front of Milan de Ruyt. He's got to defend as if his life, not only the title, depends on it. That is going to be crucial right now.
Attention à la réplique ici avec Milan de Ruyt qui repasse devant au premier virage. Oh, ce n'est pas fini entre ces deux-là, ce n'est pas fini du tout. Avec Milan de Ruyt qui a à cœur hein, d'aller chercher une victoire. Pourquoi pas cette saison? On sait qu'il a déjà prouvé de très belles choses. Il est déjà monté sur le podium à Genk. C'était lors du 3e rendez-vous. Mais une victoire, c'est ce qui lui manque cette saison pour faire vraiment de cette saison une très très belle réussite. Il a l'occasion de remonter un petit peu aussi dans la hiérarchie en s'imposant ici. Et il avait l'objectif tout à l'heure, il nous l'a annoncé, c'était de gagner après les différentes manches. Mais Bruce Chirino est aussi plein d'ambition sur ce week-end. Lui aussi hein, a déjà goûté au goût du succès cette saison et il a envie de remporter une nouvelle course. Ce serait la 3e finale de sa saison, pourquoi pas, avec au bout peut-être le titre de champion. Avec l'attaque à nouveau au virage numéro 1. Ce n'est pas passé cette fois-ci. La porte qui a été fermée par Milan de Ruyt. Il reste 3 minutes 30 et un tour dans cette finale. Et la bagarre pour la première place est tout simplement palpitante, somptueuse pour l'instant.
Anticipation and adrenaline going through the roof right now for these two competitors. And more to the point, it is down to how Bruce Chirino handles the next 3 minutes plus an additional lap. This is going to feel like an eternity for the 975 from the Netherlands. He has got through on Milan de Ruyt more than once in this race. However, what we have to consider is what this is going to do. We will update you, as I said, with the championship standings after this race, because at the moment, Chirino needs to start closing. He's in the window of the slipstream now. The wind has started to pick up on the start-finish rate. Gap between Milan de Ruyt and Bruce Chirino, now nearly 0.3 of a second. Eloane Poissonnet, at the moment, is currently sitting in P3. That is not going to be enough, I fear, for the youngster from Belgium to take the title. It's either going to end up in the hands of El Houthi or it could end up with Chirino, but we will wait to find out. I don't want to declare anything until we see those results in front of us on that screen. 2 minutes to go. De Ruyt versus Chirino continues. Poissonnet, Van der Hera, Letowers has now recovered, and that's a really good run for Louis Letowers. He's up into 5th position, and that is going to net him 70 points. It could be very, very close indeed. And there is Isaac. Oh, we've just seen it. Isaac El Houti's kart on the side towards the entry into turn number 1 on the left on the start-finish straight. But more to the point, 3 laps remain here in the mini-rookie final. Last year, it went down to the wire between Amin Pantoli and eventual champion, the Flying Dutchman, Denver Bos. Bruce Chirino has one person in front of him that could potentially not give him the run that he needs to win what would be an emphatic championship title. It has been a battle royale all the way through the championship season. There's Louis Letowers leading a quartet of drivers, including Kian ten Hav, Mark Cooper and Leonard Herman, who came into difficulty in the last qualifying heat of the season. Bruce Chirino now starting to respond, maybe being given signals from his mechanic on the gantry, going, Bruce, the time is now. 30 seconds on the timer. And the leaders cross the line. 2 laps to go. And now here comes a move from Lucas van der Heide, who finally gets through on Louis Letowers. These two are battling for position in the championship as well. But more to the point, we are coming down to the final few seconds of this race. Bruce Chirino now into Chemin de Fer at turn 6, right on the rear bumper of Milan de Rooij, who runs wide. Chirino has one opportunity. Was unable to take full advantage of it because de Rooij went straight back onto the racing line to counter the 975's movements. Now it's going to be the final lap of the championship season. Milan de Rooij looking for the perfect score. Bruce Chirino looking for one opportunity, one chance. Here and now, de Rooij defends as we go on to the final lap. Chirino to the outside. Can he get the undercut? Yes! Chirino just about makes it through and gets it completed. Gets it completed by turn 2. Now he's got about 1,100 metres to hold on, and now he's got to start pulling away. But Milan de Rooij will not make this last race of the season be easy, as he's up the inside at 5. Now into Chemin de Fer. Last time of asking. Chirino has got one last opportunity, and that is going to be the run out of Escargot through the double right and up the main start-finish straight, powering up the hill. Here we go. It's now or never for Bruce Chirino. Milan de Rooij is holding on. Chirino swings to the outside to get the over-under. Gets the slipstream. It's going to be the run to the line in the final win of the season. Who will get it? It's going to be a run to the line. It's de Rooij. Chirino takes second by 6/100ths. What a grandstand finale for Mini Rookie this year. Bruce Chirino, I don't know how close it's going to be on points. He's not sure. Neither am I up in the commentary box. I think it might be that Isaac Eloti has got the title, but we will have to wait and see. Milan de Rooij hangs on with a fast and furious quarter-mile drag race to the line, winning by 6/100ths, and with it takes a maximum score. It more than likely puts this young driver from Belgium into the top 5 in the championship standings. Bruce Chirino second, Eloan Poissonnet third. Lucas van der Heide, Leonard Herman, Kian ten Hav, Louis Letowers, Matt Cupper, Gilles Deval, Biliano Varda, Daily Bruce Erkelins, Rafael Hantois, Maxime Ball, Andrea Grillo, Pellet de Vries, Diego Oliveira, Maxime Smet, William Situ and Nathan Schurz round out the 19 finishers. Louis Tereda and Fede Lapierre out on lap 2 at Chemin de Fer. Isaac El Houiti's cart came to a stop on the left-hand side of turn 1 on the opening lap, and Boris van der Meulen did not start the race. A grandstand finale, a great way to finish the Mini Rookie season for 2025. And it is Bruce Chirino. Chirino has provisionally become your Mini Rookie champion by 8 points. He'd done enough. He'd done enough provisionally. 8 points in it. Bruce Chirino got up to second. He would have further expanded that gap by taking that victory, but Bruce Chirino provisionally becomes your Iame Series Benelux champion for Mini Rookie in 2025. Right, after that emotional moment.
Voilà, nous sommes avec le vainqueur de cette finale mini-rookie. Quelle finale passionnante donc. Milan de Rooij, de winnaar van de laatste finale van het seizoen. Spannend, nee? Vertel eens.
De start was goed en ik vond zelf dat ik goed had gereden.
Hoe was het duel met Bruce? Spannend. Vertel eens, ja, de onderscheiding enzovoort.
Het was wel spannend. En ik ben uiteindelijk wel eerste.
En je bent blij nu
Ja.
met deze overwinning.
Ja.
En voor volgend seizoen, wat is het programma nu? Je denkt niet het programma voor volgend jaar? Nee, nee. Maar proficiat voor deze overwinning. Dat is een beetje moeilijk voor mij ook. Maar proficiat Milan, een super duel met Bruce Chirino. Un superbe duel avec Bruce Chirino, donc, qui termine champion de cette catégorie mini-rookie. En tout cas, avant d'officialiser tous les résultats. Mais on peut féliciter ce petit gars Milan de Rooij qui aura mené une superbe finale dans cette dernière finale de la saison dans cette Iame Series Benelux 2025. À vous Alex pour la présentation de la suite du programme.
Merci beaucoup, Simon Mirguet. Thank you to him, and also congratulations to Milan de Rooij taking the win by 6/100ths provisionally. Before now, obviously, all results, as I have said earlier on today, provisionally are pending sporting and technical matters that need to be discussed and sorted out post-race. So Bruce Chirino is your provisional champion for 2025, following in the footsteps of the Flying Dutchman Denver Bos last year. But of course, we will have to wait for our official confirmation. So we will give you the live updated championship standings as we can. It's going to be a bit more difficult with regards to the upcoming race, because we have got KA 100, 145 and 155. It is going to be very, very much nip and tuck with 155, I can tell you that much. Because Tuan Kurman, at the moment, was the highest placed 155 driver, and that puts him ahead of Maurice Istas going into the final round of the season, the final race of the season. After this, we'll have 2 more finals to go, and then we'll call time on 2025 and wish everyone the very best of luck for Valencia in 3 weeks. And, of course, those going to the Euro Cup and Ladies' Cup in Le Mans in a fortnight's time. But we are nearly under starters' orders for KA 100, 145 and 155, the final, as the trolley jacks are pushed down to the dummy grid in the background by the mechanics, the unsung heroes that help these drivers on the grid get the very best out of themselves and their karts, time in, time out, come rain, sleet, snow or shine. Karting does provide some fantastic racing. We've seen that today, and that should be something that will be continuing over the next 3 finals. Here we go. It is the starting grid for the KA 100, 145 and 155 final. Starting on pole position, he's one step away from taking the 145 title. And I know his Aunt Helena is watching. Mick Blankerspoor from the Netherlands starts on pole. Otto Matagne brings himself right into the battle for the best of the rest, I think, alongside on the front row. Keep your eyes on Kiana Joly-Optov. She starts on the inside of row number 2 with Felix de Decker alongside. Paul Hersin, Thibaut Wolff ran at row 3. Ahead of Twan Kerman, the 155 ranking after heat's leader, picking up a maximum score of 80 points, which puts him ahead of a man a little bit further down the grid. Leopold Ferman on P8, ahead of Emil Dwennings with Ids Postumus on row 5, completing the top 10. Tommy Sommers, Simio Rifla, Maurice Istas, Yannick Schmidt, Enzo Vituli, Mika Kolakovic, Sana Ben Nassur, Rafael Parash and Paul Hornung round out your grid. So, once again, this will be a longer race. It's 14 minutes plus an additional lap, as the drivers will take to the formation. Now, the big thing is, Maurice Istas needs to win 155, and he needs Twan Kerman to finish second. He needs to beat Twan Kerman on the road. No penalties, he will win 155. Blankerspoor, we've seen this weekend, Seymour, has been the tour de force of the overall rankings in this. And if he takes this win, that'll be 5 maximum scores, and he will be unassailable at all. The minute he crosses that line, he gets that whole shot start, watch him go away into the distance, and he'll pick up the title with relative ease. But it's everyone else behind. The likes of Vituli, the likes of Matagne, the likes of Helsan, the likes of de Decker. And I put it that Matagne puts himself effectively second by way of calculating the points. At least there's no drop scores to contend with this one, and with 155. So it is down to Mick Blankerspoor to lead the field away from the time the red lights go out. But it should be a great way to end the Iame Series Benelux portion of KA 100's very own Super Cup that's been happening all the way through the year. But for us here at Iame Series Benelux, it's been great to have KA 100 back for a second successive season.
Allez, c'est parti pour cette finale cassant avec un homme à battre, Mick Blankerspoor. Il est déjà assuré du titre, a priori, ce pilote. En tout cas, il est très très bien parti pour aller s'imposer, même si on doit prendre en considération tous les résultats dans cette catégorie. Cassant 145 et Cassant 155. Le très bon départ de Mick Blankerspoor. Le bon départ aussi d'Arthur Matagne qui conserve sa deuxième place. Derrière, c'est un peu plus mouvementé pour la troisième position notamment. Attention à ne pas aller s'accrocher. On a récupéré tout le monde dans ce peloton. On sait que tout à l'heure, lors de l'une des manches qualificatives, ça avait été très très agité. Attention, on a plusieurs pilotes qui se sont accrochés. Certains sont partis en tête à queue. On avait ici à l'image Paul Hersin, Twan Kerman aussi dans cette bagarre. Et on vous le disait tout à l'heure que l'une des manches qualificatives avait été très mouvementée, notamment au départ et au premier et troisième virage, avec notamment le nouveau venu de cette catégorie, Timéo Riflar, qui avait été impliqué dans un accrochage. Et bien ici, rebelote avec d'autres concurrents cette fois. Et regardez déjà l'écart creusé par Mick Blankerspoor. Derrière, eh bien, c'est la grosse bagarre avec cette fois-ci Kiano Joly-Optov qui a pris la deuxième position devant Arthur Matagne, attaqué maintenant par Yannick Schmidt.
Well, no, because there's an error.
Ah non, Felix de Decker.
Felix de Decker. Paul Hersin rounds out the top 5. I think we had Paul Hornung actually retired after the start. So there are movers and shakers up the order, but Mick Blankerspoor is away and clear. So Kiana Joly-Optov. I did say watch out for the 741, and she's made good her intentions, which means that effectively Arthur Matagne ends up currently being third in the class at the moment as things stand. Behind that, Felix de Decker will be P4. Then you've got Paul Hassan, P5. That's 70 points. Enzo Vituli needs to get a little bit of a wriggle on at the moment, to be honest with you. But after the opening 2 laps, Mick Blankenspor has said, right, goodbye, everybody. See you soon. And at the meantime, there could be a change for second in 1:55 because Tommy Sommers is up 5 places, leads the class, but more importantly, Maurice Istaz, I think, might have just gotten through on Twan Kerman. And if that is the case, it goes level on points, and Twan Kerman has 3 maximum scores. If that goes to countback. So what now needs to happen? And there is Twan Kerman, there is Maurice Istas, they are fighting. And Twan Kerman knows he's got to stay ahead of Maurice Istas to pick up the 155 title. Game on!
Oui, la bagarre pour la victoire et le titre dans la catégorie casse entre Twan Kerman et Maurice Istas. On sait que le pilote belge a été légèrement retardé dans ses manches qualificatives avec une très mauvaise surprise en deuxième partie de manche qualificative dans la seconde manche. En fait, il avait été contraint d'avoir un mauvais résultat. Conséquence, il s'était lancé d'un peu plus loin sur cette grille de départ et du coup, il était derrière Twan Kerman. Ce qui fait pour l'instant le maximum de points pour Twan Kerman en manche qualificative. Et donc ici, c'est une lutte qui les oppose directement. On l'a dit dans cette catégorie cassant, tous les résultats seront comptabilisés. Et donc forcément, c'est important de le mentionner parce qu'on n'a pas le droit à l'erreur dans cette compétition, dans ce championnat.
The biggest problem is that now Maurice Istas is losing ground. He has lost ground after that clash with Twan Kerman. Because Enzo Vituli and Yannick Schmidt, she got through on Maurice Istas in the melee that happened. So now Istas has got 9 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap. Now is the time for Maurice Istas to look at plan B, which is strategize, get the most out of the kart without overdriving it, taking the hell of the life out of the tyres, and make your move when it is required. That is what Maurice Istas is going to have to do, but he is only 3.5 tenths behind Twan Kerman. Yannick Schmidt is ahead of him, but only by a fraction. So you've got second, third and fourth in KA 100, 155 kilos, but then they've got a big gap up to Tommy Sommers, who is leading the class. At the moment, I make it 458 Kerman, 450 Istas. At the moment, Mick Blankenspor will win the title by more than 35 points in KA 100, 145 kilo. So now it's about Maurice Istas getting on with things and go for broke. Now he's got to go for it.
La bagarre pour la deuxième position ici à l'image avec Arthur Matagne qui met la pression sur Keanu Yoli Optoff. Et derrière, Félix de Decker est en spectateur de luxe, de même que Paul Hersin. Ouais, ce sont tous des pilotes qui se battent aussi pour le podium final du championnat. Ouais, donc c'est plus qu'une bagarre pour la deuxième position de cette finale, où on retrouve les best of the rest ici, puisque seul sur sa planète, c'est Mick Blankenspor qui est bien parti pour aller décrocher une nouvelle victoire en finale, la 3e consécutive. Et puis derrière, cette magnifique bagarre pour la 2e place de la finale, mais surtout la 2e place du championnat qui se joue entre Paul Hersin, Félix de Decker et Arthur Matagne. Ils sont dans le désordre pour l'instant au classement. Arthur Matagne 3e devant Félix de Decker et Paul Hersin. Très belle bagarre et puis on suit toujours cette bagarre dans la catégorie K100 155 avec pour l'instant c'est Tommy Sommers qui mène la danse, mais au niveau du championnat on suit la bagarre entre Twan Kerman et Maurice Istas. C'est entre ces deux-là que tout va se jouer.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Maurice Istas might be planning a good strategy. Stay behind the drivers in front, and then at the right place, right time, pick them off one by one. Make the moves more, very, very importantly, and you know this, if you're battling for a championship, you need to make sure that those moves are clean, 100% clean. You've got the job done. You haven't had a bit of contact. That is what Maurice Istas has done, and he's got through on Yannick Schmidt already. So now he's got his chief rival right where he wants him, right in front of him. And now the gap drops to 6 points. 458 plays 452. If Maurice Istas gets through, that changes it to that countback situation. So what that will then mean is that if Maurice Istas clears Twan Kerman, he's got to go after Timio Riflot and then pass Tommy Sommers to win the class overall to take the title. At the moment, Kerman is exactly where he needs to be. It's Istas that is now on the back foot.
Oui, et pendant ce temps-là, la bagarre toujours pour cette deuxième position du classement général. Arthur Matagne qui est repassé en deuxième position. Kiana Yolioptov qui se fait désormais dépasser par Félix De Decker et peut-être par Paul Hersin dans la foulée. Non, elle résiste à Paul Hersin, mais par contre, elle a vu passer devant elle la pilote néerlandaise. Deux pilotes. Arthur Matagne dans un premier temps, Félix De Decker dans la foulée. Ah, ça s'anime aussi à ce niveau-là. Et si je regarde un petit peu les points marqués virtuellement par tous ces pilotes, ouais, pour l'instant, on aurait un avantage pour Arthur Matagne pour la deuxième place.
Right. First move has happened. And look, Timio Riflot has got through on Tommy Sommers. Maurice Istas is one place away from getting into the lead of the class. Let's see if we can pick up the 753. He's running at the moment in 11th position. He'll just be coming across the line momentarily. And he should be doing round about, I would say now. Maurice Istas now is 10th. He is now leading the class. Twan Kerman has dropped. Twan Kerman, I don't know if he's got through the first sector, but did Twan Kerman have a problem? That means Maurice Istas, at the minute, with 80 points, leading the class. That puts him in championship winning position.
Oui, du changement virtuellement en tout cas pour la première place du classement dans la catégorie K100-155.
And there he is, he's got no one around him.
Oui, il est en train, il arrive là, Twan Kerman, je pense. Il a eu un problème. Twan Kerman a eu un problème, ou en tout cas, il a été impliqué dans une touchette ou quoi que ce soit, mais en tout cas...
Or possibly something technical, you never know.
Ou possible problème technique, hein, mais en tout cas... Il est retardé dans cette finale, il a perdu tout le bénéfice.
He's still running though,
ouais, il est toujours là et il est juste devant en fait Mick Blancesport qui revient sur lui. Mais donc ce qui veut dire pour l'instant que c'est c'est Maurice Istas qui récupère la première position de cette catégorie K100-155 et ça a des répercussions sur le championnat, on vous le disait, puisque Maurice Istas devait terminer absolument devant Twan Kerman s'il voulait encore croire au titre. Et c'est ce qu'il a fait ici. Il n'y avait que 4 points d'écart entre ces deux-là au moment d'arriver ici à Mariembourg. Et il savait qu'il devait absolument le battre s'il voulait être sûr de décrocher ce titre. Et pour l'instant, c'est ce qu'il est en train de faire. Quel suspense à ce niveau-là. Quel suspense toujours pour le podium de cette finale. Avec cette fois-ci Félix De Decker qui doit défendre sa position par rapport à Kiana Yolioptov. Mais encore aussi face à c'est qui est là, Paul Hersin qui est là ou c'est... Attendez, c'est qui
Paul Hersin est 6e.
Oui, c'est Léopold Fermen qui est revenu en fait dans cette bagarre pour le podium. C'est le pilote français. Ouais, il est bien remonté. 3 positions pour le pilote français qui va peut-être venir se mêler à cette bagarre. Ouais, c'est vrai qu'en regardant dans ce classement tout ce qui se passait dans la catégorie K100-155, on a un peu perdu le fil dans cette bagarre.
Well, it was only going to be a matter of time, Simon, because it's a race within a race, and we try and keep as up to date as we can. But Mick Blankerspoor is absolutely running away with this. He has done the job that he's needed to, and with a lead of 6.4 seconds after 12 laps, and with 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, plus an additional lap, you would possibly say he's got it in the bag. But let me remind you of this. You could be going away with it all, and this is just me talking here. I've seen it before where someone's been leading and they get a problem or something happens. And call it a fate of circumstance. But Mick Blankerspoor has not put a foot wrong. However, this is starting to intensify, and it's not getting any easier out there for some of these drivers. Most notably, I think Paul Hauser amongst others. But we are a minute and a half to go, plus an additional lap of the KA 100, 145 and 155 final. Still got 2 races to go, folks, so don't touch that dial. Stick with us live here on the Iame Series Benelux YouTube and on iame-motorsport.com. As now there is a move. That is Leopold Fermer through on Felix De Decker. And that is for 3rd position. They're side by side again. Changes a foot. And now into turn 3. It's happened again. Oh, but more dramas. Kiana Joly-Optov has made her intentions well and clear as she makes it piggy in the middle. Great job there by the young lady driver in the number 741. And they still are elbows out, knives are sharpened. So that is Kiana Joly-Optov past Leopold Ferment, and that has allowed Felix De Decker to get away. So the next lap completed by Mick Blankerspoor, which has just happened, brings us on to 2 laps to go. And he is leading by 7.1 seconds. Three wide at turn 2. Kiana Joly-Optov is the one that ends up being on the worst end of the stick, but she definitely fights back to reclaim her turf. But we are on our penultimate lap of the race. Mick Blankerspoor ahead of Arthur Matagne, who may be runner-up this season in KA 100 after what has been a little bit of a topsy-turvy situation for the driver from Belgium. But this time around, we are going to get the final lap board for this race. Mick Blankerspoor comes across the start-finish line to start the last lap of the race. And I know that people in the Netherlands, including his aunt, Helena, are absolutely on the edge of their seats. This young man who showcased such prowess when I saw him at the Euro Cup at Le Mans last October. He didn't get through he got through to the final, retired during it, but Mick Blankerspoor is going to wrap this one up in style. At the opening round, maximum score of points, P3 after the qualifying heats at round 2, then went on to win the final. But here at Karting de Fagnes in Mariembourg, it is time to bring a new champion home in KA 100, 145 with a provisional score of 473 points. Mick Blankerspoor does the business here in Belgium. Arthur Matagne will cross the line and will provisionally be second in the championship standings. Leopold Ferman P3, Kiana Joly-Optov, Paul Hauser, it's Postumus, Timio Rifla, Enzo Vituli, and I've just noticed that in 10th position, provisionally, your 2025 KA 100, 155 kilo Iame Series Benelux champion is Maurice Istas in the 753. Emil Dwerings, Yannick Schmidt, Tommy Sommers, Rafael Pahash, Sana Ben Nassur, Mika Kolakovic, Twan Kurman, and Paul Hornung due to be the last of the classified finishers. Got 2 more drivers to cross the line, which they do now. Unfortunately, Thibaut Wolfert retired before the start of the race, but there are your provisional results for the final. Blankenspoor takes the victory, becomes provisional KA 100 145 kilo champion, and down in 10th, Maurice Istas from PJM provisionally secures the KA 100 155 title. 2 finals down, 2 to go.
Landing. Home point updated.
Voilà, nous sommes avec le vainqueur de cette catégorie K100 155. On l'a dit, il y a eu du suspense dans cette catégorie. Rien n'était fait avant le départ de cette finale. Et finalement, c'est la délivrance là maintenant, Maurice.
C'est ça, c'est ça.
Et comment est-ce que vous avez vécu ce week-end? Expliquez-nous un peu comment vous êtes arrivé ici, dans quel état d'esprit, et puis comment s'est déroulé tout ce week-end avec ces multiples rebondissements.
Bah, on est venu ici très optimiste, qu'on savait qu'on avait la vitesse ici, qu'on avait un bon réglage et qu'on avait du beau temps. On a eu beaucoup de chance avec le beau temps. Et puis la première course et les warm-up, les qualifs et tout ça, ça s'est très bien passé. Puis malheureusement la deuxième course, une faute de réglage, qu'on a mal remonté une pièce, ça nous fait un DNF. Mais sinon, on a pu remonter, on savait qu'on en était capable et ça fait du bien que ça soit fait.
C'est une sorte de délivrance, c'est vrai. Dans cette finale, vous étiez serein, on vous voyait dans le classement, nous, remonter petit à petit. Comment est-ce que vous avez géré ces moments? Est-ce que vous êtes resté calme en tout temps?
Alors là, j'en suis un peu déçu. Que je voulais rester calme pendant la durée de la course. J'ai eu un petit incident avec un des pilotes, mais finalement tout s'est très bien passé et j'en suis très content.
Oui, voilà, c'est ce qu'on retiendra en tout cas. La victoire et a priori le titre, hein, résultat évidemment provisoire quand on vous l'annonce. Il y a effectivement plein de choses à vérifier ensuite, mais en tout cas, ce qu'on peut vous dire, c'est qu'il a franchi la ligne en premier dans la catégorie K100 155 et qu'a priori, il sera champion cette année. Félicitations pour ce championnat déjà et merci pour ces impressions. À tout de suite pour de nouvelles courses, de nouvelles finales, à commencer par la catégorie X30 Master, X30 Senior Cup.
The countdown to the eventual end of the 2025 Iame Series Benelux season continues as we have 2 more finals remaining to close out what has been an adventure over the last 6 months. Oh. So now we take you through the starting grid for the penultimate final of the season. It's X30 Masters, Senior Cup and Gentlemen. On the front row of the grid, it is Noah Mingal and Mathieu Delboeuf. And after that will be François-Xavier Venet. Sky de Forny will round out row 2. Jasper Lenitz and Vincenzo Schilacci will round out row 3. Bjorn Verham and Leon Leinsveld round out row 4, with Delano Deckers and Maxim von Schoenwinkel rounding out the top 10. Max Storm, Noah Hubert, Mathis Blankart, Michael Honnet, Simon Hemelin, Marit Schurman and Julian Ramos round out your runners and riders. So in total, 17 competitors. It all comes down to this final moment. Effectively, Michael Honnet has secured himself the top gentleman status for 2025. But there are two drivers that are really in the mix when it comes to this championship reference Senior Cup. Last year, Mathieu Delboeuf took top honours. This year, a new name will be added after 14 minutes plus an additional lap. There are other drivers to consider in this as well. Sky de Forny being one of them. And de Forny running for the TD Kart outfit run by Thierry Del Rey still might have a chance. But it all depends on what transpires over the next 14 minutes plus an additional lap. And look at that wonderful Sunday late afternoon sunshine here in Cauvin at Mariembourg at the Karting de Fagnes International Raceway. I'm going to hand this one over to you, Simon. Take us through the start, my friend.
Allez, c'est parti pour ce nouveau départ. Cet avant-dernier départ de cette saison avec le dernier départ de la catégorie X30 Master Senior Cup. C'est parti avec Noah Mangal qui est parti en pole position et qui conserve sa première place au classement. Derrière, c'est un peu plus disputé, même si Mathieu Delboeuf est toujours deuxième devant celui qu'il devançait d'ailleurs dans cette hiérarchie. Je pense qu'on a un très bon départ de Sky de Fourny, ouais, qui a peut-être pris le meilleur sur François-Xavier Venet, qui démarrait pourtant depuis la 3e position, depuis la ligne intérieure. Voilà, confirmation. Et puis derrière, bon départ aussi d'un certain Bjorn Verham qui a bondi de la 7e à la 5e position.
Well, at the moment, if Sky de Forny finishes ahead of François-Xavier Venet, that will change the way that the championship in the top 3 is standing. However, Noah Mingal has been dominant at the last 2 rounds at Karting Genk, and at Austricourt finished 8th after the qualifying heats, finished 10th in the final. So now Noah Mingal has an opportunity to stride away into the distance. However, with the pace that we've seen over the years from a certain Mathieu Delboeuf from CG Motorsport, he will push and close on in. At the early part of this race, it is about mechanical sympathy. It is about conservation of tyres, as well as trying to make sure that you're as fast as is humanly possible. So, effectively, Noah Mingal is in prime position in Senior Cup. Delboeuf in position in Masters. But if anything else decides to transpire in the meantime, watch this space.
12 minutes et un tour encore au programme, hein, cette manche qui est donc un peu plus longue que la course des des mini et qui est équivalente en fait à celle que l'on a vécue juste avant en cassant. 14 minutes et un tour au total et donc il faut pouvoir gérer sur la longueur, notamment ces pneumatiques, notamment ces pressions de pneus aussi qui vous permettent soit d'avoir une température qui arrive beaucoup plus rapidement, une performance qui est beaucoup plus rapide et parfois vous attendez, vous mettez une pression qui vous permet d'avoir de la performance plus en fin d'épreuve et donc tout cela se gère évidemment du côté des différents teams. Pour l'instant, Noah Mangal est parti devant et creuse déjà l'écart par rapport à ses poursuivants. Mathieu Delboeuf en deuxième position devant Sky de Fourny. Sky de Fourny qui espère évidemment passer devant Mathieu Delboeuf et pourquoi pas revenir sur Noah Mangal parce que dans l'état actuel des choses, eh bien, ça ne suffirait pas à mon avis pour aller chercher le titre. Noah Mangal qui irait chercher ici un week-end parfait. Encore 80 points dans l'état actuel des choses, ce qui voudrait dire qu'il serait champion de la Iame Series Benelux, lui qui n'a pas participé au premier rendez-vous de cette saison et donc qui n'avait pas droit à un joker.
Yeah, I think also the interesting thing is Mathieu Delboeuf. The man has been an absolute Leviathan in the Masters class. We knew that was going to be the case. He was going to be one of the youngest in the field. Jim Ringelberg decided to call time on the season early. I keep in touch with Jim and also keep an eye on his social media. But Mathieu, when you take into account the drop scores that he's got, a 76 and a 76, that effectively means for eight scores out of the 10, it's been for Mathieu Delboeuf the perfect season. That is how you win a championship. Now, everyone will remember the likes of Alain Prost, Le Professeur, as Sky de Fourny now has elbows out because François-Xavier Venet just mugged him at turn 3.
Oui, François-Xavier Venet qui est passé en troisième position. On l'a vu au virage numéro 3 et on en discutait juste avant avec Alex. Mathieu Delboeuf qui pour l'instant dans la classe X30 Master réalise du très très bon boulot. Jusqu'à présent, il n'a que des premières et des deuxièmes places à son actif. Et s'il venait à remporter sa classe ici, donc s'il conserve ce résultat pour l'instant, si Björn Verham ne parvient pas à le dépasser, avec le décompte, eh bien, il marquerait tout simplement le maximum de points. Une campagne parfaite pour Mathieu Delboeuf jusqu'à présent, une performance à souligner.
The interesting thing is, when it comes to the Masters class, Bjorn Verham, by my calculations, runs second in Masters, and Vincenzo Schilacci was ahead of him. So, effectively, this is how close it's going to be. Vincenzo Schilacci, at this moment, is now behind on drop scores included. Bjorn Verham is 6 points ahead of Vincenzo Schilacci. So Schilacci has got to do something here, which is effectively finish ahead. Well, it will go to count back and basing it on... Oh, right, that is going to go... Oh, you want a count back situation? I've got one for you. Right, effectively... With dropped scores, if Vincenzo Schilacci gets past Bjorn Verham, they will be level on points including drop scores, and it will go down to count back, which would mean that Vincenzo Schilacci, with more fourth place finishes, all right, get this. Hang on a second. So, Vincenzo Schilacci, fourth, and then if he gets 3/3, Bjorn Verham, 3 seconds, 4/3. It goes down to tiebreaker at fourth place finishes, and Schilacci has 2 in the bag, which means that Verham would be second in the championship, would be third in the championship. But it's working to Verham's favour at the moment. But Schilacci, with nearly half of this race to go, is only 2.3 seconds behind. That gap, we both know, if you get a bit of a slipstream and assist from the person in front, you will close on in. But at the minute, Bjorn Verham, by my calculations, could end up second in Masters this year. By my estimated maths at the moment, which the spreadsheet has gone through a bit of a revolution over the weekend. thanks in part to Mike Fagnes from Camp Company. We've been making sure that the scores are correct on the doors once everything has been confirmed and ratified. So, yeah, that's what a commentator also comes in useful for as well. You know, putting points on the board and keeping an eye on what's going on. But of course, we've got the mini final coming up next, and that is going to be a humdinger after this one. But one of the things that I have to say here, Simon, is the fact of the standard of racing today has been absolutely exemplary. We have run to schedule. We've even run ahead of schedule as well, especially for, like, say, the last of the qualifying heats for the minis.
Et on parlait justement à l'instant des différents scénarios qui pourraient se produire dans ce championnat X30 Master.
My brain is like scrambled eggs after this weekend, believe you me.
Donc ce qu'on vous disait, c'est qu'en plus d'être commentateur, on s'improvise ici un peu mathématicien, on fait des calculs. Alors on va pas vous le cacher.
Avec la potable.
Oui, on a quand même quelques outils avec nous, mais on faisait le point jusqu'à présent sur le championnat. Alors certes, il n'y a pas de suspense pour le titre, hein. Mathieu Delboeuf est assuré d'être champion. Par contre, pour la deuxième position, ça se joue encore entre Vincenzo Schilacci et Björn Verham. Il faut vraiment donner tout jusqu'au bout pour peut-être prétendre à une médaille d'argent entre ces deux-là. Pour le reste, eh bien, Noah Mangal continue de faire la course en tête. Là aussi, lui aussi, s'il parvient à conserver cette position, il deviendrait champion. D'après nos estimations, d'après nos calculs, il faut évidemment attendre l'officialisation de tout cela après. Mais en tout cas, pour l'instant, c'est bien parti pour Noah Mangal. Deuxième place pour Mathieu Delboeuf qui devance François-Xavier Venet, toujours devant Sky de Fourny depuis qu'il est passé devant tout à l'heure. La cinquième place pour l'instant pour Björn Verham, devant Jasper Leenaerts, Maxime Van Schoonwinkel et Vincenzo Schilacci. Huitième place pour le pilote Master. Et puis on retrouve derrière lui Mathis Blancart et Leon Leinsveld.
Yeah, so still plenty of this race left to go. Stick with us, folks. We've still got the mini-final, which is going to close out the season in style. It always does every single year, as we saw a great battle. And we actually saw, towards the end of last year, Noah Cugnier from Euro Karting, who's now moved up into Junior X30, do the dominant run. And he absolutely blitzed the field with his range of consistency. Now, coming back to what we were talking about, you saying about potential championship permutations, there was one exponent back in the late 80s and the 80s and the 90s. A man nicknamed Le Professeur, Francis Alain Prost, who knew exactly what it took. Didn't dissect it by victories, just dissected it by, okay, how many points am I going to need to keep my lead? Or how many points do I need to win the championship? And there was that very, very famous pre-season interview between him and Ayrton Senna, where Alain said to Ayrton, can we both win the championship? And Ayrton looked at him, laughed and went, no. And then there was a 4-word expletive afterwards uttered by the Frenchman, beginning with S and ending in T. I'll let you lot fill the rest of it out. But again, it is that consistency. That is paramount to winning a championship. And you need to be in the right place at the right time. Noah Mangal has played this well, so has Mathieu Delboeuf. They know that they don't need to fight each other because they're not battling for overall they'd like to have the battle for overall victory, but that's not what is important at this particular moment in time. It is about getting the kart across the finish line. I say this time in, time out at the end of every season. It's about getting across that finish line, because when you've done that and it sinks in, just like it did with Kevin Lantinga, and you interviewed him for the social media for Iame Series Benelux, he said, if I have to think about it anymore, I'm going to start crying again. He was that emotional, whereas Louis Bazire was kicking up his feet in the awning at Victory Lane, watching along. Sorry, Louis, I had to have a little dig at you there. But he came up, but Louis Bazire still made the trek here to Mariembourg to pick up his championship trophy. And even had a chat with us up here in the commentary box. You had a chat with, I think it was Juice Mulder, and I had a chat in between with Louis on the live stream. So, again, it is just about making sure, right place, right time, and if you don't need to fight for the championship, well, take yourself out of the equation when you know you've got enough points on the board, and that's exactly what we have seen all season long. But there are still those battles for those championship positions, and thereby the drivers can then go into the winter period and go, right, what do I need to do to get better for next year?
Oui, et pendant ce temps, Alex, la finale qui touche tout doucement à sa fin avec toujours ce leadership pour Noah Mangal qui file vers la victoire. Mathieu Delboeuf également dans la catégorie X30 Master puisque Mangal est engagé dans la catégorie X30 Senior Cup et derrière toujours la bagarre pour la 3e place du classement général entre François-Xavier Venet et Sky de Fourny.
Which is the battle for second in Senior Cup. So it is going to be the case of, with a minute and a half plus an additional lap to go, Mathieu Delboeuf will not... if I was Mathieu Delboeuf, and I'm sure that he's got this in the back of his mind, to stay where he is, and if he needs to let the two behind him go through, let them go through. Don't damage any opportunity that he has, but then he does not want to leave too much to chance because Bjorn Verham is actually closing in on him. Now, this won't be much of a problem for the man himself, but it's more the case of how things will transpire. So we are on to the last 45 seconds plus an additional lap of this race. And more to the point, it will be him at the front end of the field that I think, by my provisional calculations, right, 4.77. Vincenzo Scalacci has got a 3-second time penalty coming his way post-race, and that now means that it's gonna effectively provisionally put the runners-up spot in the Masters crown out to pasture away from him, and it will put it in the hands of Bjorn Verham. Right, 2 laps to go. Noah Mengal was literally over the line as we found out that there were 2 laps remaining. So more to the point, it is going to be the case of how things change now. Will they change in this point? But the big thing is, Noah Mengal, just like he has done for the double header at Karting Genk, got off to a bit of a stumbly start at Austricure back in May of this year. And that was 5 months ago. A lot can change over that period of time, as in the driver's resolve, motivation and determination and preparation thereof. And also maybe a little bit of lady luck. 1 more lap to go. Mengal, Delboeuf on the cusp of both being victorious for the season here in Senior Cup and Masters respectively. We'll see picture in picture some of the other drivers crossing the line, but Noah Mengal looks over the right shoulder a la Ben Barnicoat, as he did in his days at Kart Masters. Henry Baudet, you might remember 2019, where he's only Ben Barnicoat did the double in 2 different classes that year at Paul Fletcher International. I should remember. I was by your right-hand side in the commentary box at Paul Fletcher International that year. But Noah Mengal did not take part in the season opener in Genk, but what a run he has had. Through the final right-hander we go, up the hill for the final time. Noah Mengal will cross the line, and he's going to provisionally be the Senior Cup champion for 2025. Masters goes the way of Mathieu Delboeuf. Sky de Fourny on the line is ahead of François-Xavier Venet. And that might mean that De Fourny picks up the runners-up spot in the championship. But Noah Mengal, absolutely dominant in Senior Cup in 2025 from the midway point of the season. And now for the man from RST Karting, it starts to set in. Congratulations to him. Congratulations also to CG Motorsports' Mathieu Delboeuf. Sky de Fourny came flying out of the blocks 6 months ago. Ends up finishing P2 in class, 3rd overall. François-Xavier Venet, Bjorn Verham, Jasper Leinert, Mathis Blankert, Maxim van Schoenwinkel, Leon Leinsveld, Simon Hemelin, Noah Hubert, Vincenzo Schilacci, Max Storm, Michael Honnet, Delano Deckers, Maris Schumann and Julian Ramos round out your finishers in that race. Well, provisionally, I provisionally make it that your champions are going to be Noah Mingal and Mathieu Deleboeuf. Reference Senior Cup and Masters. Gentleman will be Michael Honnet, who finished 14th overall. But it's time for me to take a little bit of a breather because we've got our final coming up very, very shortly. The last one of the season, mini, for what will be an 11-minute plus 1 lap encounter for the last time. But very shortly, we'll head down to the interview zone with Simon Mirguet, who will be standing by in a couple of minutes' time with some interviews.
Home point updated.
Et bien voilà, après la victoire dans cette dernière finale de la catégorie X30 Master, X30 Senior Cup de Noah Mangal, on a retrouvé celui qui s'est imposé dans la catégorie Master après une saison hautement menée. Si on enlève les moins bons résultats, eh bien c'est un parcours sans faute que vous avez réalisé là. Quelle saison!
Oui, une super saison. J'aurais voulu terminer sur la plus belle des notes au classement général, faire les 5 sur 5. Bon, Noah était tout simplement avionique ce week-end, rien à dire, il était simplement plus rapide que nous.
Une très belle saison qui était en fait une sorte de préparation pour un grand objectif pour vous, c'est la finale mondiale.
Oui, la finale mondiale, j'espère y faire un bon résultat parce que je n'ai jamais mis les pieds là-bas. Je sais que c'est pas une piste facile, mais bon, je pense qu'on va se donner tous les moyens pour performer et essayer d'arriver au meilleur des résultats.
Allez, c'est tout ce qu'on vous souhaite. En tout cas, félicitations pour cette saison.
Simon.
Félicitations pour ce titre. Peut-être un dernier mot sur ce titre-là. On sait que ce n'est pas le premier, évidemment, dans cette Iame Series Benelux. Mais quelle estimation vous lui donnez?
Alors, je lui donne l'estimation sur la plus belle des performances et la plus grande régularité. Et, bon, je pense que mon team avait réussi à faire le bon choix avec le châssis cette année. Bon, voilà, je suis vraiment super content.
Allez, on
un
restera...
bon résultat pour le team malgré tout ce qui s'est passé aussi.
Oui, forcément. Petit clin d'œil effectivement au CG Racing qui a traversé quelques moments compliqués et on espère que ça n'aura pas d'influence sur la suite.
On va se relever.
Voilà, on va se relever. C'est sur cette note positive que l'on va clôturer. On va passer maintenant à la dernière finale de la saison avec la catégorie mini. Une finale qui s'annonce là aussi très passionnante à suivre.
Thank you very much, Simon Mirguet, having a nice chat there with CG Motorsports Masters driver Mathieu Delboeuf. So, as the sun starts to lower in the skies up above, we are primed and ready for our last final of the 2025 Iame Series Benelux Championship season. Let us take you through the final starting grid of the 2025 season. Firstly, I have been duly informed that Milan Beku will not take the start. So your starting order will be as follows. And it is, please, we are having some issues with transponders at the moment, I think. But Didit Adale starts on pole position. Julian van der Kottelet starts P2 alongside on the front row. Lewis Boots and Denver Boz round out row 2. Marcus Engenazen and George Desmay round out row 3. Mathis Piesens and Dorian Grandjean round out row 4. Completing the top 10. Milo Cornil and Edouard Berger. Milan Beku, due to start 11th, will not take the start of the race. Matteo Campobello will be alone on row 6, starting 12th. Louis Patenot and Toby Tehar round out row 7. Adriano Kumbo and Dan Van Dam round out row 8. Martin Gomis, Thiago Onink row 9. Completing the top 20 for one last time. Right, for some reason, I am showing red flags on the... right, we have got a red flag stoppage. Not 100% sure why that may be. So just before the mini final, we have a red flag. The only red flag of the day. So, not exactly sure why... so I've just been informed that there has been... right. There is a driver being attended to by 2 of our men and women in orange, our marshalling team. Big thank you to them this weekend. They have braved the elements. So we have had one driver go straight on at turn 1, hence why we've had the red flag stoppage at this point. So the race is delayed, whether medical intervention may be required. Not 100% sure, but the driver is moving, is conscious in their cart. So that, to me, is a very, very good sign. They are stopping the drivers before the tram lines. So before the mini final gets underway for the last race of the season, we are under a delay situation as medical team is now on site with the driver. We are under a red flag stoppage here for the mini final. And our marshalling team just trying to assist the driver out of the cart at the moment. The main thing is driver is being asked some questions. So driver is walking on both feet. Firstly, which is a very, very good sign. So now the wait continues for the final race of the season. Thank you so much to everyone that's joined us on the Iame Series Benelux YouTube channel and also on iame-motorsport.com. Big thank you to Mick Blankenspor's aunt Helena saying Benelux champ now as well as French champ. Yes, congratulations to Mick. That's 2 titles this year for him. So congratulations to the young man from the Netherlands. So we are at a red flag stoppage at this moment in time due to an incident at turn 1. According to our stream director, there was an incident on the start-finish straight. So we are currently under a red flag stoppage. So just to give you a further update, Manuel Laurent and Bram Connings, 834 and 833, will not take any part in the mini final. There is also the ambulance team, the medical team are currently dealing with a situation. So that is why we are still under a red flag stoppage. So hopefully very, very soon we'll be back underway with the resumption of the mini final, which will be a full restart because the red flag occurred before the race start took place. So thank you for your patience and understanding for those watching from around the world at home. Thank you so much for your patience, and we'll be with you very, very soon indeed.
Landing. Home point updated.
I hear the sirens from another ambulance.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, après cette interruption et ce malencontreux crash dans le tour de chauffée de formation, eh bien, on va pouvoir repartir pour cette finale A en souhaitant déjà tous nos voeux de rétablissement pour le pilote impliqué dans cet incident, Manoa, Laurent notamment. Et donc voilà, on espère que tout va bien aller pour lui et pour les pilotes qui ont été impliqués aussi dans ce crash. On espère qu'ils n'ont pas été trop choqués. Voilà, le plus important, c'est la santé dans ces cas-là. Le reste passe au second plan. Donc tous nos souhaits de rétablissement pour le pilote, pour les pilotes et du courage aussi pour en espérant revenir plus fort l'an prochain. Et on espère que tout le monde n'a pas eu trop peur pour cela. C'est bien là l'important.
Our thoughts go out to Manoa Laurent and Bram Connings, who will not take the start. Milan Beku effectively now becomes the champion because he's opted to non-start. A non-start is 0 points, which is a drop score. So that basically puts things out of reach. Eichmann's Grand Prix, I think, have done a very, very sensible thing. The last time we saw Milan go into battle was at Mariembourg here 6 months ago in the final. And he came across the line, thought he'd done a really, really good job, then got penalised post-race. So what Eichmann's want to do is preserve that lead that he has. So it is now, like we had with Junior X30s yesterday, effectively it's provisional. But at the moment, Lewis Boots, Julien van der Cotelet, Denver Boz, Georges Desmay, Didier Dale, Mathis Piessens, Dorian Grandjean. They have an opportunity to battle for one of 5 remaining IWF tickets and also for the last 2 steps on the championship podium.
Oui, et donc on le disait, forcément, même s'il y a eu les incidents, maintenant il y a une question qui se pose, c'est qui sera champion et qui obtiendra ces nouveaux tickets pour la finale mondiale. C'est la question qui se pose maintenant et on le saura d'ici 11 minutes et un tour, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I had confirmation before the first attempt at a start from race director Dave Ritson that Milan Beku would not start this race. So it is going to be down to what happens now. We will have the updated championship standings at the end of this final race of the season before we say we bid you adieu until 2026 and wish everybody the very best of luck for the Euro Cup, Ladies Cup and the upcoming Iame Warriors final, October 27th to November the 1st at Valencia at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero. But for one more time, we head into the tram lines here at Karting de Fagnes. Are we going to get the lights going out for the final time? Yes, we do. And it's the run down to turn 1. And leading the way should be, hopefully, Lewis Boots or Didier Dale. Didier Dale has put himself into a possible, at least, top 6 championship permutation, which means the youngster from Belgium Racing would get a ticket. And look, he's got a lead. He's got an early lead as Boots and van der Cotelet battle over the scraps in P2.
Ouais, c'est désormais lancé avec déjà un très très beau leadership de la part de Did Dordal qui a pris d'emblée les commandes de cette course. Lui qui avait réalisé un parcours sans faute lors des manches qualificatives. Très très bonne fin de saison pour Did Dordal pour l'instant qui réalise le week-end parfait. Derrière, eh bien, on a 3 jeunes garçons plutôt qui essayent de s'échapper. Et la bagarre est bel et bien lancée. On va le voir ici avec peut-être un changement pour la 3e position. L'aspiration avec un certain, je pense, Mathis Piessens là, qui va passer à l'attaque. Ouais, devant Julian van der Cotelet. Jolie manœuvre de dépassement pour la 3e position.
Oh, Denver Boz has dropped all the way down like a little bit of a stone at the moment. He's dropped down into 10th position as the Flying Dutchman from WJS Racing. I know from his team manager that they're going to be looking elsewhere to race next season. And if this is the last appearance from the Flying Dutchman in the Iame Series Benelux, well, thank you for all the entertaining memories, my friend. Especially when we got to Austria and he got dubbed the Flying Dutchman by yours truly. And then Guillaume Alvarez got in on the joke as well. But look at this train. Mathis Piessens now up into what is effectively 2nd position. So this is really going to help him in terms of the championship standings. So at the moment, Didier Dale leads. Lewis Boots in 2nd. No, Mathis Piessens in 2nd. That'll put Lewis Boots P3. And then Julien van der Cotelet will be 4th. That's 71 points. 5th is Marcus Engen-Assen, who is not in the top 20 this top 20 according to my records that I have here. Milo Cornel, who has moved up from 9th, now moves up to 6th position. So that is 69 points for the youngster there. Georges Desmay, where is he? 7th at the moment, that's 68 points. So at the minute, the way things are standing, Lewis Boots at the moment with P3 holds on to 2nd in the championship. Julian van der Cotelet, if he falls any lower, might end up in the clutches of, Denver Bos now again, another positional change for the youngster from the Netherlands. It's not been an easy one for the 887 this weekend. Managed to get a P2 in one of the heats earlier on, but the final is where it really, really counts. It's one effort for a big, big bag of points.
La bagarre pour la deuxième position. Mathis Pissens qui semblait pouvoir s'échapper au moment de prendre l'avantage sur Julian van der Cotelet. Mais derrière, eh bien, il y a toujours ce Lewis Boots qui s'accroche à cette troisième position et qui fait de la résistance par rapport à Mathis Pissens. Ouais, entre ces deux-là, ce n'est pas terminé, ça c'est une certitude. Pour l'instant, Didier Dordal a toujours cette petite avance comme il avait tout à l'heure lors de l'une de ses manches qualificatives. Un petit peu d'avance, pas de quoi se reposer sur ses lauriers, mais tout de même un peu d'avance pour éviter d'être attaqué, un peu d'avance pour pouvoir prendre les meilleures trajectoires possibles, la trajectoire idéale sans devoir fermer les portes. Mais attention ici avec les deux poursuivants qui pour l'instant sont en train d'essayer de revenir. On ne se bat pas du côté de Mathis Pissens et de Lewis Boots. On tente de revenir avant tout sur Didier Dordal. Derrière, eh bien, on a Julian van der Cotelet, Marcus Engen-Assen et enfin Denver Bos qui a rétrogradé par rapport à sa position de départ, 2 places de perdu, mais le néerlandais, le champion de la catégorie mini-rookie l'an dernier, qui est en forme puisqu'il a signé le meilleur chrono en 1:02.482.
At the moment, where Lewis Boots is at the minute, he is in, well, he's got enough gap between himself and Julian van der Cotelet in terms of the drop scores, because Lewis Boots is just north of 600 points, including the 2 drop scores. So 601 points, plays 586 in the form of Julian van der Cotelet, who's had slightly lower drop scores. He's had a 54, that's 21st position in the final at Genk at round 3, and a 66. That was P9 at the second final at Genk this year. So there's less of a, well, there's a higher score ratio of 70s, 73s, 76s, which is basically 5th, 3rds and 2nds by Lewis Boots. But his lowest scores are a 65 in the final round 3 at Genk, which is 10th place. And then the qualifying heats at Mariembourg was P5. So that is 135 points. But Lewis Boots did just get through, didn't he? He just got the move done, and that will be enough to secure 2nd in the title. That'll put him on 604 points. Now, where is Julian van der Cotelet? He's still in 4th, behind Mathis Pissens in the 879. Now, this is going to get rather interesting, because the other thing here, Simon, that we have not talked about is now that Didier Dordal is not getting away with this. He's 3.5 tenths ahead. And now, look at this. 3 wide nearly into turn 2 with 4.5 minutes to go. The battle starts now.
Oui, la bagarre qui est excellente pour l'instant à suivre entre Mathis Pissens, Lewis Boots, Julian van der Cotelet. On se passe et se repasse dans cette course. Et Denver Bos qui revient aussi dans ce groupe. Ah, ça va promettre entre ces 4-là. Et un élément dont on n'a pas parlé non plus, c'est l'apparition de fines gouttes de pluie. Les drapeaux qui sont sortis, les drapeaux pour annoncer...
Slippery surface flag, there we go.
Qui sont annoncés pour tout simplement informer les pilotes que l'adhérence est potentiellement moins bonne.
I have to say, we've lucked in today, haven't we? Unlike yesterday, which I told a fellow commentator, a good friend of ours, Guillaume Alvarez, I said, mate, it was so choppy, it was chopping and changing like nobody's business, like the battle for second, because now Didi Didale has at least a 1.1 second advantage, and back into P2 goes the 879. Mattis Piesens in second, but there goes Lewis Boots up the inside at turn 2. This could allow Julien van der Cottelet as Mattis Piesens gets squeezed wide. That's Denver Bos P3. Denver Bos P3. Julien van der Cottelet 4th. And Mattis Piesens has got Marcus Engenassen right up his exhaust pipe.
Oh, quelle bagarre avec Denver Boss qui se retrouve là en 3e position après cette bagarre entre Mattis Piesens notamment et Lewis Boots avec Julian van de Cotterlet dans tout cela. Et regardez maintenant l'avance qu'a pu prendre Didi Dordal. Ça c'est bon pour le pilote belge. Et regardez aussi le peloton derrière. Eh bien, maintenant, ils sont une petite dizaine.
Here we go. Flying Dutchman arrives on cue. Well, nice one, Denver. Well done, buddy. Now, hang on. That was a little bit sideways by Mattis Piesens trying to get through at turn 2. It was like Flying Dutchman on cue, sideways Piesens, and now Denver Bos is going to be hung out to dry like it happened with Julien van der Cottelet 1 lap ago. And we still have 2 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap remaining. Didi Didale, at the moment, if he stays where he is right now, I think he might be very lucky and secure himself possibly 6th in the championship. Now, this is important, folks, and the reason being, we have 3 gold, 3 silver tickets for IWF 2025 to give away. Oh, but who's just pulled in? Was that Didi Didale pulling in for the race lead? Don't tell me Didi Didale is out with a technical difficulty. And now this opened the floodgates. Mattis Piesens gets through for the race lead. And now it's a free-for-all here with the final couple of laps of the race. Oh, my giddy aunt. This is going to be I did say this would be a little bit of a humdinger. I was not far wrong from that because Mattis Piesens leads the way. Lewis Boots looks up the inside at turn 4. And now, can this be the opportunity for Julien van der Cottelet to try and make some moves here? Denver Bos is looking to the inside. Edward Berger is there now. Marcus Engenassen. The top 10 rounded out by Milo Cornel, covered by 1.7 seconds. Oh, but there's contact through Piff Paff. 4 carts intertwined. Oh dear. It was going to come to blows, unfortunately, but at the front end of the field, Mattis Piesens leads the way. Lewis Boots in second with 2 tours to go. Denver Bos looking to finish his mini X30 career in this championship on a high if he does move on to Masters New next year. 0.169 separated the top 3. Lewis Boots for the lead. Can't get through. Here comes Denver Bos with a head full of steam out of turn 3. Towards the inside as Edouard Berger gives Lewis Boots a little bit of a tap from behind. That bumps the 830 forwards. And now Mattis Piesens leads the way on the final race of the season here in 2025. Lewis Boots, however, will want to go for the victory and thereby secure, without any shadow of a doubt, 2nd in the championship standings. Here he goes, up the inside, through the final right-hander, forces Piesens a little bit wide. Piesens had to open the steering. Now we go on to the last lap of 2025 for Iame Series Benelux, and now it becomes a 5, make that 6 kart fight. Now it's about who is going to put one up on the others. They are nearly line astern through turn 2 for the final time here on lap number 12. And now out of turn number 3. Now it's the run down. Piesens is going to get the assist from behind. Bos, van der Cottelet gets denied going through turn 4 by Lewis Boots. Through 5 for the final time. Down into Chemin de Fer. Bos right on the tailpipe of Mattis Piesens. And at this moment in time, Lewis Boots holding on to P3 at the moment. That's 73 points. That will probably more than likely give him enough to secure second in the championship standings. But here comes Julian van der Kottelet up the inside of Denver Bos. Here goes Marcus Engenassen through as well. Edouard Berger's going to make it nearly 3 wide for 4th place. Up the hill we go for the final time. It's the run to the checkered flag. It is going to be nearly 6 wide. Oh my goodness me, Mattis Piesens takes the victory by 1/10 of a second. Mamma mia, as the Italians would say. What a brilliant end to the race. The top 6, the closest finish in Iame Series Benelux history for a very, very long time. Top 6 covered by 0.339 of a second. What a great way to end the season. Fantastic racing, and now Mattis Piesens can celebrate. Proficiat to the 879 from Fusion Motorsport Benelux. Gets the job done ahead of Lewis Boots. Denver Bos rounds out the top 3 ahead of Marcus Engenassen from Norway. Edouard Berger from Euro Karting and Julian van der Kottelet. 0.339 seconds covers the top 6 at the final race of the season. I have to say, heart goes out to Didier Dalit on lap number 9. Pulls in with a technical difficulty while leading the race. And there are the rest of your results. Milan Beku, provisionally your 2025 mini champion for Iame Series Benelux, following in the footsteps of Euro Karting's Noah Grenier last year. Lewis Boots, Julian van der Kottelet, Denver Bos, Georges Desmay and Dorian Grandjean round out the top 6. After that retirement, it took away a top 6 finish for Didier Dalit at the end. Milo Cornel, Louis Patonot and Edouard Berger round out your top 10 in the provisional championship standings. Well, what can you say? That is the end of the on-track action for 2025 for Iame Series Benelux here at Mariembourg. And what a place to finish things off at. Karting de Fagnes International Raceway, a big thank you to, as always, Thierry Lepine and his crew. Basically, in a few moments, we have got a few thank yous, but I'm sure that very shortly we might have an interview with somebody from the Mini 60 class. But just bear with me 1 second. I'll be back with you in just a moment's time. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to have an interview post-race. So, firstly, a few thank yous. A big thank you to everybody that has been watching on Iame Series Benelux YouTube and Iame-motorsport.com all season long. Thank you so much for the support. We really do appreciate it. Don't forget to follow us on social media at Iame Belgium, on Facebook, at Iame Series Benelux, on Instagram. It has been a pleasure with myself being here for the entire season. My name being Alex Goldschmidt, your English-speaking commentator. Throughout the course of the season, I have to say a big thank you to Simon Mirguet, Thomas Bastin and Guillaume Alvarez, who have been our French-speaking comrades in the commentary box here over the past few months. A big thank you to the team here at Karting de Fagnes International Raceway. A big thank you to Mike Wagner and his team at Camp Company GmbH for live stream production and provision, along with live timing and race control. A big thank you to our panel of stewards, also to race control administration, live timing, Tyre Bay, Park for May, our ambulance team, our medical team on site, and also a big thank you to the men and women in orange, our marshals. We salute you. We thank you for everything you do. And it's great to know so many of the people there as well. More to the point, we have to say thank you very much for tuning in all the way through the season here with us. But we will be back in 2026. I can guarantee you that much. But for now, we have to say the very best of luck to those drivers competing in the forthcoming Iame Euro Cup and Ladies Cup, taking place at the place where legends are born, Le Mans International Karting Circuit in Pays de la Loire in France, and then the big finale, IWF 2025, heads to the Cartódromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia in Spain 27th of October until the 1st of November. From myself and the entire team at the Iame Series Benelux, we'll see you in 2026. Thank you. Good night.
Landing.